A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Request you all to kindly be seated. We are about to begin. All those who are outside, request you to kindly move inside, take the front seats. We are all set and ready. Request you all to kindly put your phones on silent. Please move forward, take the front seats. All those standing outside, request you to kindly move inside. We are about to begin. Okay, let's begin with a round of applause. Let's kickstart this morning with some high energy. All those who are around, put your phones down, put your whatever you have in your hands, put everything down, and let's begin this morning with a nice high energy with 1, 2, 3, go! Wow, what a beautiful morning. Amidst the blue-green mountains of the Nilgiris in Ooty. It's a great pleasure and honor to have all of you here this morning. Our generous hosts, the Department of Tourism, Tamil Nadu, our speakers, our sponsors, our shortlisted applicants of the Indian Responsible Tourism Award 2023, whose passion and commitment is what drives us to do more every single day. And of course, all of you who are here in the audience, thank you so much for taking time out and being with us today. But before we begin the day, take a quick look around and can you guess the number of states and union territories represented right here in this room today? Can anyone make a guess? How many states and union territories do we have today? The right answer walks away with the prize. 25. 25, okay. Anyone else? 18. 18, okay. I still haven't got the right answer though. It's between 18 and 25, yes. 26, okay, it's between 18 and 25. 23, 21, well you're almost close.
We have, ladies and gentlemen, 20. That's right, we have with us 20 responsible tourism leaders from 20 different parts of our wonderful, diverse country. It's fantastic that we have so many of you here from different communities and different geographies because we need your help. Over the last few months, we've been wondering whether India is truly a valuable destination. If it is a value destination, what is this value we speak of? Who defines it and how? Can we dive deeper into our own culture,
our own communities to ask ourselves what is truly valuable about India. Not just for global travelers, but for ourselves, for our own people. But before we seek out these answers to these questions, may we take a moment to first thank our sponsors and partners, the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Tamil Nadu Tourism, Namami Gange, J&K Tourism, Uttarakhand Tourism, Chhattisgarh Tourism, GSTC, and the UNWTO for their unwavering trust and faith in us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone for all the wonderful conversations today, may I request Mr. Indraneel Roy, CEO, Outlook Group, to formally welcome you all and tell us why the Outlook Group continues to host the Indian Responsible Tourism Summit and Awards year after year. Let's put our hands together and welcome him.
So we are in Tamil Nadu, so we should be saying Vanakkam. So it's a great pleasure and an honor for Outlook Group to host the Responsible Tourism Summit and Award. This is the 8th one in the row. Even during the time of the COVID, we could still do it. We did it in Orissa, then we did it in Hampi, and today we are in Uti, Tamil Nadu. It brings great pleasure to me personally, because when she spoke about the fact that there are 20 states representing here today, it's a great privilege and it's a great honor. Thank you so much for everyone for traveling almost 11, 12, 14 hours to come here together. You know, there is a thought that I have been thinking about for a while now, and which is what I wanted to put it forward to all of you here. And it's something which Outlook Group, Outlook Traveler has thought about, and we will execute it in the coming year. It stems from the fact that last month we went for a conference somewhere on responsible tourism, and there was a lot of conversation which was happening about policies, about certification, and so on and so forth. I agree, everything is important, everything is required. But what I felt at that point of time, and what to me was the missing link, was about talking about people. It was that point when I told myself that why, as a media organization, shouldn't we talk about people? And that is where we decided that why not we look into inspiring stories? Why not we look into stories which would make heroes among us? And those heroes are the people who we must celebrate. And those celebration would mean more engagement. That engagement will bring in more customers. That is the journey that a media organization has to do and must do if we want responsible tourism, sustainable tourism to be developed in a country like India. It is just the beginning. It is going to take a lot of effort, a lot of time, but I am 200% sure, and I'm committed to the fact that Outlook Group and me as an individual will work towards it. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much once again for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, for encouraging us to celebrate people, celebrate inspiring journeys. And now, we move on to a segment we're truly extremely excited about, where we hope to learn how to define and redefine value across geographies in India. From the mighty Himalayas and Trans-Himalayas to the deserts of the Thar, the 7,500 kilometer long coastline to the central Indian forests, India has many within its borders. And each landscape has its own opportunities and challenges. We've invited a few wonderful individuals from the furthest corners of our country to share their responsible tourism journeys in 5 slides, and through it all, share the value they bring to the tourism ecosystem around them. May I now call upon Mr. Muzammil Hussain, co-founder and CEO Roots Ladakh Kargil, to tell us how he and his brother Tawassul Hussain changed the way to perceive Kargil as a destination. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome them on stage.
Hi, a very good morning, everyone. Vanakkam, Salam and Jule from Kargil, Ladakh. I have only 15 minutes, so I have to make it very quick. So before I begin, I just want to ask you all a question. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the word Kargil? Exactly, right? So, unfortunately, Kargil came into prominence only after the conflict of 1999, and ever since, this whole image of a war zone has sort of overshadowed everything else that this place is all about, whether it's its culture, its history, its identity. And I was one of the many children who have witnessed and suffered the trauma of war in 99, and obviously it entirely disrupted the lives of the locals at that time, and even our education also, obviously. And I was only in 7th grade at that time, but I very vividly remember the memory. And but after the war, I was fortunate and privileged enough to be sent away to finish my studies, and I spent most of my adult life away from Kargil, and only visiting Kargil during my summer breaks. And at that time, when I spent this time outside, I used to get asked this question quite a lot about where I am from. And when I used to tell them where I am from, it always used to kind of stir some sort of an awe, and then it would be followed by questions which at that time I used to find, very bothersome. Because people had a very skewed perception of the region. A lot of people used to think that it's kind of some kind of a garrison town somewhere in Kashmir, or some people even thought that it's in Pakistan. I've been asked that question also. So I used to find it, I used to struggle a lot with explaining to people who I am and where I am from. It was kind of an identity crisis for me. So I really wanted to tell people, how miserably wrong they are about where I am from, and how blessed we are to be living in a place like Kargil. So I figured the best way possibly to do that would be to invite them, let them experience the place, firsthand. So that's when this whole idea of Roots kind of was conceived in my head, and I shared this idea, long story short, with my brother when he was in Delhi, and he had just finished his college, and then he was also figuring. So he jumped on the idea, and then I sort of in 2013 I quit my job and went back, and we found ourselves in Kargil. And our vision was very simple. Basically, we wanted to change that preconceived notion of Kargil as a war zone and kind of bring it on the world map, but as a responsible travel destination. And this journey obviously has been very long and very hard, but very rewarding at the same time. And motivates us is also not just our commitment and passion to our vision, but also as entrepreneurs, we realize that there's so much of potential in the tourism market in Kargil which has remained untapped for so long. Whether it is culturally or naturally, there's so much of heritage there, and we've enjoyed for the most part being the first movers in that area. But also being the first movers had its own set of challenges for us, because when we started working there was literally no information about Kargil. If you would Google Kargil, you would find only articles about Kargil war, and there was nothing else. And there was hardly any skilled resources available for us. So we literally spent the first year just exploring and documenting what is possible there and trying to build a team together. So without straying too much into that, I actually here today to kind of share with you some of the projects that we've been involved in working there with the local communities, and whatever little learnings we have had by working in a place like Kargil, where there was almost negligible resources, and in the process kind of trying to empower the local communities there. So can we switch to the next slide, please? Oh, there's a clicker here, sorry. I need to click here. Okay. So there's a bunch of projects that we are involved in, but I want to just highlight a few here today. So one of the first projects that we had done was a project called Unlock Hundarman, a Museum of Memories. So it was one of the first community-based projects that we had done there in 2015, where our attempt was to document this lesser-known part of the history of Kargil and try to promote rural tourism in this area. So Hundarman is basically a 300-year-old abandoned settlement on the line of control between India and Pakistan, close to the town of Kargil, and it became a part of India in 1971. So it has a lot of history, of separation and war, but beyond that, the entire settlement is a very fine example of vernacular architecture and how traditionally the locals, what we call the Purgi community of Kargil used to live. So we wanted to sort of unpack and unlock that aspect, through the narratives of, war and lifestyle and culture and arts. So in 2015, with the help of the local community, we established a community museum there called Unlock Hundarman Museum of Memories. And now basically that museum kind of offers curated walks. We do some village visits and homestay experiences for people. And similar to that, there's another project we did called Zbayul, the Invisible Village. So it was also another attempt to document this village of Hinasko, which was an erstwhile chiefdom in Kargil, very steeped in history and heritage, a lot of folklore, a lot of tangible, both intangible heritage in that area, both those architecture, oral history. So over there again we have collaborated with the local community, and we extensively documented the oral history of the region, the arts and crafts, developed homestays, and also again set up a cultural interpretation center in a very important 17th century old building called the Lonpo Khang. Lonpo Khang basically means home in Ladakhi, house in Ladakhi. So in that building we have established a cultural interpretation center, which is kind of now working as a repository of their history and heritage, and also serves as a very unique experience for travelers, who are coming in that part of the world. So one very important, I think, impact that we have had, an intangible impact I would say we have had, through these projects, is what you've realized, that there's a revival in the deep sense of pride amongst the community in the culture. While we cannot measure that, but what we have sensed is that there are a lot of old ways and traditions and tools and technologies or materials that people had discarded over time. Slowly we realized that people have started reviving those things and bringing it back because they suddenly saw some value in it, because people who are from outside the community have come in and started appreciating it. So I think that's how they have started taking some sort of a pride in that. So I think that's, I feel like a very important sort of impact or a change that has come through one of these some of these projects. And then this other one is called it's called the Project Drenmo. Drenmo is basically the Himalayan brown bear in our language, in the Kargili language. And this is a project where it's a wildlife conservation project where we are trying to tackle the issue of human Himalayan brown bear conflict in our region. Brown bears are endemic to that region, and one of the more rare species of brown bears available out there. And right now it's a very acute issue we are facing in our region when it comes to conflict. There are many cases where bears are coming into human habitations and they're damaging property, killing livestock, and in many cases they are also retaliatory killings. So our attempt is to kind of develop some sort of a conservation model, community-led conservation model, wherein we are not just trying to protect the species, but also trying to benefit the community. Since 2018, we've been involved in this project, and we've been trying to conduct awareness programs. We've been targeting schools to conduct awareness programs. We're targeting youth to do capacity building programs, and also promoting wildlife tourism in that area. So these are some of the aspects that we work in this project. And again, another one impact of this project that I would like to highlight is again how Kargil has been now slowly being identified as one of the wildlife destinations focused on brown bears. Otherwise, when you talk about wildlife in Ladakh, it's mostly about snow leopards. People come to Ladakh only for snow leopards. But then here you have another species which is completely unknown and rare, and a lot of people are interested to photograph this, and suddenly it's become accessible. So a lot of people have started coming in. So in the process, again, what has happened is that there's a certain shift in the mindset of the local community towards the animal. Earlier, they had such a negative and image about the animal. They were so averse to just the idea of having these animals in their backyard. Now suddenly we are talking about developing a community reserve there because they suddenly see value in it again, and they want to benefit from wildlife tourism, and they also want to protect the ecosystem and the environment. So that's, I feel like one of the, we have a long way to go, of course, but this is something like a change that we are seeing in the community, which is very positive. And this is another event that we do called the Suru Outdoor Festival. So Suru Valley is a very beautiful region in Kargil. It has big mountains, and there's a lot of mountaineering happens in this area, and it's got big rivers, and it's been people have been climbing, mountaineering in these regions for a very long time. So over here what we're doing is there's a lot of rock in this region, so we've been trying to develop rock climbing in this area since 2016, and we do this event called Suru Outdoor Festival since with the help of, again, with the local community, and we've been hosting over 200 climbers and adventure enthusiasts every year for a period of 2 weeks. This project luckily has got a lot of attention globally, and we got recently featured on the cover of Nat Geo magazine as well. And it also, we're very proud to say that we won the UIAA Rock Climbing Festival of the Year award in 2018. So UIAA is basically, it's an international apex body of mountaineering and climbing, which basically sets standards and protocols all over the world. And they review various rock climbing festivals that happen all over the world, and based on the impact and the kind of the innovativeness, or the different, they have different criteria for measurement. And we were the festival that we were selected in 2018. So very proud of that. So having, okay, I have only 3 minutes left. While these projects sound like very hunky-dory and everything, it's all nice, but obviously through these years we've had many mistakes. We made many mistakes. We have had a lot of failures also. So through these failures we have sort of figured out some sort of an approach which I want to share with you today, and which could, we feel, possibly be help in making projects like these sustainable, may increase the chances of making these projects sustainable. So the first thing, obviously, the way we are approaching it now is first of all, when we approach a place, we try to approach that place from a business perspective, trying to see is there any USP in that place. Is there a need or some sort of an opportunity that we can tap into, or more importantly, is there a story that we can tell in that place, because it becomes a very important hook. So to be able to do that, we spend a lot of time in the place, in the community first, and try to understand that. And once we have a sense of that, then you sort of move into, obviously, the community part, the participation bit of it. Obviously, if you want to work with the community, you need the community on board, but it's kind of easier said than done. So a lot of times you don't have the community on board, and our mindset normally is to take a very top-down approach where we think that we know everything and we know what the community wants, but a lot of times that's not the case. So we really need to take a bottom-up approach and really talk to them about their aspirations, their needs, their pain points, and whether your ideas really align with those aspirations or not. So that will only come when you spend time with the community, and then when you really try to understand that. And And then second step in that community participation would be to sort of identify those community partners. You know, always you have some of those enterprising individuals in a community who are more enthusiastic about getting on board with you. So what I call them as the early adopters. You know, they will buy into your idea first, and you know, they will support you. So only when you, I think, in our experience, what has happened is that when we have given them the opportunity and then they've started reaping the benefits, then the others start following suit. You know, and then the next is that when people start following suit, you need to be able to create more, you know, equitable opportunity for then everybody, you know, so that there's no disparity in that. And then eventually, when that happens, when when you've built that interest, then you start empowering them by, you know, educating them and providing training and you know, enhancing their skills. So that's how we have figured, you know, is where you would, you know, increase community participation. And then comes the aspect of community ownership. So you should not, I think, mistake that the community participation and ownership is the same, because there may be participation a lot of times. Okay. There's, you know, ownership may not be necessarily be there, because that only comes, what happens is that in our experience, and we've learned this the hard way, that until and unless there's no stake of the people in the project, it's very hard for people to take the ownership in that, because there's no accountability for that. So we try to give handouts, but that never necessarily works always. So you need to have, the community needs to have their skin in the game, as they say, to be able to have you know, to have ownership in the thing. And secondly, my point about creating that sense of of pride, that will only come, so as I think marketers, it becomes our owners to create, you know, enable that and bridge that gap where outsiders are out, the community, from people from outside the community are coming in and appreciating the locals, what they have to offer, what the local community has to offer. Only then I think that sense of pride comes in. So you know, when they see the value in it, they will start owning it, and then they will start appreciating it. And then the last point would be then coming to the point of harnessing social media. I mean, it's a very obvious thing to say, but when it comes to community-based projects, we have realized that it becomes a very powerful tool to tell stories, to create awareness about the work that we are doing, about the communities that we work, and then it kind of feeds back into this whole idea of pride in their own culture, especially with the young members of the community. When they see a large audiences appreciating what they have, again, that feeds back into this sense of pride, and then there's ownership again. So while these are not obviously foolproof ideas, but this has worked for us by and large, and obviously there will be contextual issues, and you know, it may or may not be relevant to a lot of community projects, but I do hope that you find some value in this and you find this somewhat insightful. And I think my time is always I think my time is done, so I think I'm going to take your leave here. And I just want to say before going that you know, as an organization, our philosophy has always been to sort of create shared value and create impact at the grassroots. And we want to really inspire the coming generations of Kargil and Leh and the entire Ladakh to you know, create responsible businesses, and to we want to really set a roadmap for them. And slowly and steadily we are making headway into that. More and more local businesses are now coming up. More people are coming to Kargil and experiencing, and they're becoming sort of the brand ambassadors of Kargil eventually. So I just want to leave you with this one line, which is a timeless line by a Urdu poet called Majrooh Sultanpuri, कि अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. So thank you very much for lending an ear to me, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Enjoy the rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Thank you for sharing your insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite on stage first a pioneer of bird tourism in the Northeast, Mr. Indiglo, founder, Lama Camp, Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary, Arunachal Pradesh. Let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Come on. We can hold this to closer.
हेलो 2004 से इकलनेस वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी पे बर्ड वाचिंग का टूरिज्म करा रहा हूँ।
Increase the volume.
आज 2004 का हमारा पास टेंट वगैरह नहीं था और इतना एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं था, तब भी हमने टेंट जैसे टोम टेंट जो यूज़ करके वहाँ पे लामा कैम्प और पंपू कैम्प में सेटअप किया है। अब तक 2006 तक तो रमना आते हैं एक न्यू बर्ड स्पीसीज डिस्कवरी किया जिसको बुकुन लियोसिकला हमारा कम्युनिटी के नाम से रखा है उन्होंने। उसके बाद अचानक टूरिज्म बढ़ने लगा, बर्ड टूरिज्म आज टूरिज्म बढ़ने लगा तो हमने वहाँ से क्या स्टार्ट करना शुरू किया। एवरी 10 में हमारा पूरा 10 वहाँ पे 10 लगाया। सॉरी
Can we handle the
छोटा
PPT
टेन
from
है,
there?
ज़्यादा बड़ा टेन नहीं। हमारा 10 बाय 11 फीट का टेन है। बम्बू कैम्प में भी वही टेन लगाया, लामा कैम्प में भी वही टेन में हम लोग यूज़ किया। जब टूरिस्ट पढ़ने लगा इकलनेस पे तो हमने सोचा कि अभी बिजनेस स्टार्ट हो गया है, हमारा कम्युनिटी का भी उससे गांव वाला को काफ़ी इम्प्रेस हुआ है। तो उसके बाद हमने सोचा जो इकलनेस के इधर जितना भी पास में है कम्युनिटी लैंड है उसको कम्युनिटी रिजर्व बनाने के लिए हमने प्रपोजल किया। तो रीजनल फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर से हमने डिस्कस किया, डॉक्टर रमना हाथरिया, डॉक्टर उमेश, डॉक्टर नलिनी से हमने डिस्कस करने के बाद उन्होंने बोला ये बहुत अच्छा प्रपोजल है, हो सकता है। तब तक हमने कम्युनिटी लैंड और कम्युनिटी रिजर्व डिक्लेयर करने के बाद 10 लड़का को हमने इंगेज किया पेट्रोलिंग के लिए। इसके लिए उनका पेमेंट के लिए हमको थोड़ा सा फंड मिला है रेंट प्राइस प्रोसेस से, उससे हम लोग 5,000 एवरी लड़का को पेमेंट करता है। कुछ पैसा बचा हमने चेन्नई एक आर्मी रिटायर्ड अफसर है तो उनको बुला करके हमारा लड़का लोग को पूरा ट्रेनिंग कराया मिलिट्री टाइप का, और ट्रेनिंग कैसे प्रपोजल को कैसे करना है, कैसे उसको करना है, हमने ट्रेनिंग कराया। उसके बाद मैं लड़का लोग को हसूर में भेजा। स्नेक हमारा एरिया में काफ़ी सांप घर में घुस जाता है तो लोग डर से मार देता था, तो हमने हसूर में जो कैरी मार्टिन है, जेराल्ड मार्टिन, उनके पास भेजा। उन्होंने 1 महीना में पूरा लड़का लोग को स्नेक आइडेंटिफिकेशन और स्नेक का कैसे हैंडल करना है, कैसे पकड़ना है, पूरा ट्रेन करके भेजा है। अभी हमारा गांव में जहाँ भी जब भी घर में घुसता है तो वो लोग हमारा लड़का लोग को फ़ोन करता है, बुलाता है, लड़का लोग उसको रेस्क्यू करके फिर जंगल में छोड़ देता है। इस तरह से हमारा ऐसे एक्टिविटीज़ है। 2012 से हमने बच्चों का अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट किया है। 2012 से मिडिल क्लास और सेकेंडरी क्लास काफ़ी लोग फर्स्ट हमने कल्पा ब्रिज का सुजाता मैडम को बुलाया और संजय चंदी उन्होंने बच्चों को प्रोग्राम को काफ़ी सक्सेस किया है। नेक्स्ट ईयर से काफ़ी वॉलंटियर जो मुंबई बेंगलोर के लोग आना चाहता है, हम लोग भी पार्टिसिपेट करके आपके बच्चों को सिखाएगा। तो इससे करके एवरी हमने 600-700 बच्चों का हम लोग ने ट्रेनिंग कराया नेचर एजुकेशन के बारे में, कंजर्वेशन के बारे में और वाइल्ड लाइफ बर्ड वाचिंग के बारे में हमने ट्रेनिंग कराया। उसके बाद में हमने इकलनेस वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी का अंदर जो बम्बू कैम्प है, हमारा जो कम्युनिटी है पड़ोसी, वो लोग थोड़ा बहुत हंटिंग वंटिंग करता रहता है, जिसका वजह हम कई बार मना किया मत करो, तो वो लोग बीच बीच में कर देता है। तो हमने उसके लिए मोटिफाई करके वो कैंप बम्बू कैंप को उनको सौंप दिया है। उनको सौंपने की वजह से आज एकेलनेस में हंटिंग बिल्कुल बंद हो गया है, क्योंकि उसको वहाँ से अर्निंग मिल रहा है। वो ऑटोमेटिक खुद अपना गांव वाला को समझाना शुरू कर दिया है वहाँ से। तो अभी एकेलनेस पे बिल्कुल हंटिंग वगैरह बंद है। हमारा लामा कैंप में हमने जो कम्युनिटी टीचर बनाया वहाँ पे 40 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर है, अभी मैं वहीं रन कर रहा हूँ। हमारा पूरा खाना पीना जितना भी है पूरा वेज है, पूरा लाइट, पूरा सिंपल, मसाला बिल्कुल नहीं है कुछ में, क्योंकि काफ़ी लोगों को प्रॉब्लम होता है अपना हिंदू जो मसाला का नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन उपाय नहीं है क्योंकि वहाँ लाइट नहीं है, जंगल है पूरा, मार्केट काफ़ी दूर है हमको, इसलिए हमने वहाँ ऐसे करके चलाया है। आसपास का गांव को काफ़ी बर्ड वाचिंग के लिए इंटरेस्ट आ रहा है। शेर गाँव, तिरंग, हमारा पड़ोसी लोग काफ़ी इन्होंने होम स्टे वगैरह बनाया है और ऐसे तरह का टेंट उन्होंने काफ़ी जगह लगाया है। तो इससे तो हमारा ये एकेलनेस का सेंचुरी जो काफ़ी सक्सेस हो रहा है और लोगों के मैं और आगे भी काम करना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कम्युनिटी के बेनिफिट मिले। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, and what an inspiring journey. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Himalayas, now let's head to the heart of our country, to the central Indian plains. May I now request Mr. Jeet Arya Singh, founder, Unexplored Bastar Chhattisgarh, and Mr. Manish Panigari, Research Associate, to kindly come up on stage to share his experience of celebrating a beautiful landscape where only a few travelers have ventured so far. A very warm welcome, gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for them, everybody. Come on.
जय जोहार। सबसे पहले तो मैं आउटलुक्स ट्रेवल्स का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये मंच हमें प्रदान किया अपनी बात को आपके सामने रखने की। मेरा नाम मनीष पानीग्राही है और मेरे साथ है अनएक्सप्लोर्ड बस्तर के फाउंडर जीत सिंह आर्या। तो हम दोनों साथ में ही आज का प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे आपको। सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने जो राज्य है छत्तीसगढ़, उसके बस्तर ज़िले से आता हूँ और मैं आज आपके सामने बस्तर के बारे में ही बात रखूंगा। तो जैसे कि आप देख रहे होंगे, एक पिक्चर है एक वाटरफॉल का, सबसे चौड़ा जलप्रपात है। शायद कम लोगों को पता है कि बस्तर में दुनिया क्या से देश का सबसे चौड़ा जलप्रपात है। और इसके अलावा जो यहाँ का फेस्टिवल्स हैं वो भी बहुत खास है। वर्ल्ड का सबसे लॉन्गेस्ट फेस्टिवल भी हमारे यहाँ मनाया जाता है, जो कि 75 डेज का होता है, बस्तर दशहरा। हेरिटेज का बात किया जाए तो हमारे यहाँ 7th सेंचुरी से लेके 13th सेंचुरी तक के ओल्ड टेम्पल्स मौजूद हैं, जिसका हम लोग हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उसका कंजर्वेशन काम कर रही है। ट्राइबल कल्चर की अगर हम बात करते हैं हमारे बस्तर रीजन में, तो हमारे यहाँ 10 टाइप्स के प्राइमेटिव ट्राइब्स हैं जिनके साथ हम वर्क कर रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा जो आर्ट फॉर्म्स हैं उस पर बहुत टाइप के आर्ट फॉर्म्स हैं। रॉट आयरन है, बेल मेटल है, और जो अभी आपको दिख रहा है वो बेल मेटल आर्ट फॉर्म है। इस आर्ट फॉर्म को मतलब हड़प्पन सिविलाइजेशन हम जोड़ के देखते हैं, क्योंकि ये जो टेक्निक यूज़ करते हैं वो हड़प्पन सिविलाइजेशन में भी वही टेक्निक यूज़ किया जाता था। इसके आगे का आपको हमारे जो फाउंडर हैं वो ही बताएंगे।
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। तो अनएक्सप्लोर्ड बस्तर, जैसे बस्तर आपने सुना ही है, बहुत सारे लोग के पास जो परसेप्शन था और मनीष ने जो परसेप्शन चेंज करने की आप लोग की कोशिश की, उसमें हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं वो हम आपको बताना चाहेंगे कि अनएक्सप्लोर्ड बस्तर एक ऐसी संस्था है जो अगर मैं थोड़े से पीछे जाऊं तो आप लोग को ये बताऊं कि जब मैं कॉलेजेस में कहीं जाता था, बाहर जाता था, तो मुझे यही बोला जाता था, अरे यार बस्तर से हो तुम, नक्सली तो नहीं? तो ये सबसे पहली बात मुझे बोली जाती थी। जब मैं पढ़ रहा था MBA करने के लिए दिल्ली पहली बार निकला, और वहाँ पे जब लोग बोले तो बहुत ईगो में पहले मजाक समझता था, फिर लोग पे आदिवासी शब्द पे भी बहुत सारे थे, अरे तूने कपड़े कैसे पहने हुए हैं, इस तरीके की धारणा थी। तो देन आई डिसाइडेड टू स्टार्ट वन पेज ऑन फेसबुक इन 2010। तो नींव अनएक्सप्लोर्ड बस्तर की वहाँ से रखी गई थी। 2010 में हमने अनएक्सप्लोर्ड बस्तर का फेसबुक पेज बनाया, एंड 2016 में आई स्टार्टेड एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एज अनएक्सप्लोर्ड बस्तर एंड स्टार्टेड चेंजिंग द परसेप्शन ऑफ बस्तर, जो रियल बस्तर है। इसमें व्हाट वी एक्चुअली डू इज वी आर वर्किंग ऑन अ सस्टेनेबल टूरिज्म मॉडल। वी वर्क विद द कम्युनिटी। हम काफ़ी सारे कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ वहाँ पे काम करते हैं। इसमें जितने ट्राइबल यूथ्स हैं, वहाँ पे जो लोकल यूथ हैं, उनको उनके लाइवलीहुड से कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं। साथ में एक लोकल लेवल पे माइक्रो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो कि काफ़ी एक इको सस्टेनेबल मॉडल पे, माइक्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप मॉडल पे काम करें। इसके अलावा बहुत सारे जो पहले सर आए थे उन्होंने भी बताया कि हाउ वन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कैन इम्पैक्ट अ लार्ज ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल फॉर टेकिंग अप रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इन टूरिज्म सेक्टर। सो हम भी बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स को हेल्प कर रहे हैं। So this is how we work. Like we are working on perception change, experience। जो भी चीज़ क्रिएट हो रही है बहुत ही सेंसिटिव वे में हम क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लोकल कम्युनिटी के साथ काम करते हैं, एंड इम्पॉर्टेंटली when development comes, it comes with a force. So we are trying for the conservation of the culture, conservation of the environment and the heritage which we have in Bastar. So now eventually we have become link between, a bridge between administration, the local community and the tourists. So we perform all the tasks there. So coming to how we work, this is मुझे ये लगा कि ये शेयर करना ज़रूरी है। शायद ये मॉडल हर एक जगह पे, जहाँ पे भी ऐसा एक नरेशन होता है कि एक नेगेटिव नरेशन होता है, वहाँ पे ये काम किया जा सकता है। तो आई जस्ट टेल यू हाउ वी वर्क एट द ग्राउंड। So, yeah, it's not coming. So, पिछला वाला स्लाइड नहीं आ पाया, लेकिन आई विल जस्ट ब्रीफ यू। So first of all, because we are working at a very micro level, हम एक डेस्टिनेशन पे, एक लोकेशंस पे काम करते हैं। सबसे पहले वी गो देयर, we identify the things, we assess the infrastructure, everything we do there, along with the ग्राम पंचायत। So ग्राम पंचायत इसके बैकबोन पे होते हैं। ग्राम पंचायत के साथ मिलके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को हम लूप में लेते हैं। वी मेक अ माइक्रो लेवल, एक वहाँ पे एक मॉडल क्रिएट करते हैं। देन वी डू द कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग विद सम NGOs, और उन NGOs के बाद में हम लोग एक वहाँ पे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप का फॉर्मेशन करते हैं। सो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप फॉर्मेशन करने के बाद वी क्रिएट अ मॉडल, मॉनिटरिंग का मॉडल, और वहाँ पे जो छोटे बिजनेसेस का मॉडल है वो दैट वी क्रिएट एक्सपीरियंसेस ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट। देन ऑल द स्टार्टअप्स एंड एवरीवन हु वांट टू वर्क इन दैट विलेज, दे कैन डू अ MOU विद द ग्राम पंचायत एज वेल एज द लोकल SHG। दे डू, तो उसके फॉर्मेट्स और वो सारी चीज़ें हम लोग रेडी करके जो गांव को उसमें हेल्प करते हैं, ग्राम पंचायत को हेल्प करते हैं। बहुत बार ये देखा गया है कि जब डेवलपमेंट आता है तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन या गांव बहुत ज़्यादा डेवलपमेंट करना चाहता है और बहुत सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और कॉन्क्रीटाइजेशन की तरफ बढ़ जाते हैं। सो व्हाट वी डू, वी सिट विद द कम्युनिटी, वी सिट विद द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, वी सिट विद द ग्राम पंचायत, एंड वी मेक द मास्टर प्लान्स। वी मेक 5 years प्लान विद देम। वो 5 years प्लान के साथ में जब हम लोग उनके साथ बैठते हैं, काफ़ी सारे PRIs करते हैं, काफ़ी सारे ग्रुप डिस्कशंस करते हैं, उसके बाद एक फाइनली हम एक स्टेज पे पहुंचते हैं और उसको हम लोग ग्राम पंचायत में, क्योंकि पंचायती राज हर जगह चला है और हमारा ट्राइबल एरिया है तो वहाँ पे ज़्यादा पावरफुल होती है पंचायत राज, वहाँ पे हम अप्रूव करवाते हैं सो दैट कि कभी चेंज इन द सरपंच एंड चेंज इन द पंचायत इसको इम्पैक्ट ना कर पाए। सेकेंडली हम लोग इसको जब अप्रूव करते हैं, ये सारे प्रोसेस होने के बाद ही हम टूरिस्ट को लेके आते हैं। जब तक का कम्युनिटी तैयार नहीं होता है उससे पहले हम कम्युनिटी को लेके ही नहीं आते, और उसके लिए हम काफ़ी सारे इवेंट्स क्रिएट करते हैं। हर समय कुछ ना कुछ इवेंट बस्तर में लगा रहता है और उस इवेंट के ज़रिए हम लोग सेंसिटिव टूरिस्ट, अगर टूरिस्ट कैसे भी हो उनको सेंसिटिव बनाना वो हम लोग अपनी जवाबदारी मानते हैं। नेक्स्ट जो मैं बात करना चाहूँगा कि हमारा इम्पैक्ट क्या रहा है। अभी थोड़े दिन पहले वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, बस्तर ऐसे ट्राइबल रीजन है वहाँ पहले ही वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट काफ़ी ज़्यादा होता है, लेकिन यहाँ पे आप जो पिक्चर देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पे जो बच्ची है ये एक समिति को हेड करती है, शी इज़ अध्यक्ष ऑफ दैट्स SHG, और उसमें सारे मेल है, बट वो बिल्कुल करती है। बस्तर जैसी जगहों में जहाँ पे काफ़ी रूरल एरिया है, वुमेन काफ़ी ज़्यादा चीज़ों को टेकअप की हैं, काफ़ी ज़्यादा एम्पावर्ड है, तो हमने वो अपॉर्चुनिटी लिया और उनको लीडरशिप रोल तक का लाने में उनका हेल्प किया। सो फार जो इम्पैक्ट, हम एक छोटी सी संस्था है लेकिन जो हम इम्पैक्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं वो इम्पैक्ट नंबर्स आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहेंगे। हम लोग ने करीबन 2000 लोगों को, ट्राइबल यूथ को ट्रेन करने की कोशिश की है NGOs पार्टनर्स के साथ में। अभी जो टूरिज्म में जुड़े हुए 1000 लोग, 1000 पीपल डायरेक्टली एंड इनडायरेक्टली दे हैव एसोसिएटेड विद अस। तो इसमें डांस ग्रुप, आर्टिस्ट, जो ढोकरा क्राफ्ट या अलग अलग क्राफ्ट्स में काम करते हैं, उन सारे लोगों को टूरिज्म में एक साथ जोड़ने की कोशिश की है। टूरिस्ट फ्लो ये हम नहीं भी चाहते थे लेकिन ये हुआ, विच इज़ जब 2016 में हमने काम स्टार्ट किया था तो 1.5 लाख पीपल हैव विजिटेड चित्रकूट वाटरफॉल। दिस डेटा इज ऑफ चित्रकूट वाटरफॉल स्पेसिफिकली। नाउ इट इज़ 4.5 लाख पीपल आफ्टर कोविड। सो इट इज़ मैसिव नंबर, और इसके साथ चैलेंजेस भी बहुत आ रहे हैं, प्लास्टिक पॉल्यूशन भी हो रहा है, बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, बट स्टिल द वर्क इज़ ऑन, द पीपल आर गेटिंग एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड दे आर the change maker. Right now we are working 15 different districts in Chhattisgarh, around 50 plus locations, creating same micro entrepreneurs every places. We also, हमें ये पता चला, हमको ये समझ में आया कि आर्टिस्ट कहीं ना कहीं पे उनको डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट नहीं हो पाता है। बहुत समय पे ये होता है कि आर्टिस्ट बनाते तो वो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं बट उनको बेनिफिट नहीं मिल पाता है। सो हम लोग ने हर जगह पे सोविनियर शॉप्स, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के फंड्स के साथ में, हमारे यहाँ पे मिनरल फंड काफ़ी ज़्यादा है, तो वो माइनिंग फंड से लेके हमने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को बोला कि आप हाइपर लोकल मार्केट्स क्रिएट करिए, तो हर जगह पे सोविनियर शॉप्स क्रिएट हुए और उसको SHGs रन करती हैं वहाँ पे। सो ऐसे करते हुए जो डायरेक्ट जो SHGs हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं उनका 2 करोड़ के आसपास हर साल का रेवेन्यू जनरेट होता है। इसमें होम स्टेज भी है, इसमें वो ट्रैक्स भी कराते हैं, वो कैंपिंग भी कराते हैं। जब आप जाएंगे आपको, इनफैक्ट इतने फॉरेनर्स को होस्ट करते हैं, उनको लैंग्वेज नहीं आता, तो हमने बोला कि लैंग्वेज होता भी नहीं है, उनको भी नहीं आती अंग्रेज़ी, तो हम ऐसे बोलते हैं और उनको वो कम्युनिकेशन थ्रू कुछ इंग्लिश के शब्द हमने सिखा दिए सो दैट कि कम्युनिकेशन बिकम ईजी। और ये सारी चीज़ें बहुत ईजिली एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने वहाँ पे करीबन 40 होम स्टे को सैंक्शन किया और अब वहाँ पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा होम स्टेज भी आ चुके हैं और हम लोग काफ़ी सारे होम स्टेज और स्टार्टअप्स को भी सपोर्ट करते हैं। वी आर सपोर्टिंग अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 20 स्टार्टअप्स इन द सेम टूरिज्म एंड क्राफ्ट फील्ड। सो दिस इज़ इट, थैंक्स अ लॉट।
Thank you, Mr. Arya, for taking us through this beautiful world that most of us know so little. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next, let us travel all the way to the west of the dunes of the Thar Desert to look at what is real and natural and rarely celebrated. May I request Mr. Moti Singh Rathore, MD, Manwar Resort and Camp, Kesaria, Rajasthan, to come up here and tell us more about his journey and how he's reclaiming the natural glory of the Thar again. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Let's put our hands together and welcome him.
Hello. First of all, Khama Ghani, that's the way we greet in Rajasthan, in the desert. Khama means regards and Ghani means plenty, so plenty of regards. I take this opportunity to thank Outlook Traveler and the Ministry of Tourism India and Ministry of Tourism Tamil Nadu to give this opportunity to speak to me on the Thar Desert, redefining the value in the Thar. I come from a place called Shergarh. This is in the middle of the Thar Desert, between 100 kilometers from Jodhpur, 175 kilometers from Jaisalmer, 200 kilometers from Bikaner, and almost about 200 kilometers of Badmer. This is just in the middle of nowhere, but I think probably the most beautiful part of Thar. So ideally located, geographically very interesting, because this is one place where this Shergarh consists of almost about 95 villages. And those 95 villages, half the villages have got underground water which they use for irrigation. And my father in 1961 was the first man to use water for irrigation. And the remaining 40, 50 villages have no water at all. I mean, they don't even have drinking water. So just to understand the balance for me that time, when I went back at the age of 26, I had this opportunity to just go out and study. And when I went back, totally inspired by my father's eldest brother, who was the tiger man, Fateh Singh Rathod, who always told me one thing, that you need to understand the ecosystems. Don't come to the jungle and only talk about tiger, tiger, and tiger. You need to understand the ecosystem. And that is the reason when I went back in 95 to this beautiful land, this beautiful desert landscape, I learned the best lessons of hospitality from the people there. I mean, it's unbelievable when you just go into these villages, they just open up their homes. Hospitality comes to them naturally. Best lessons of conservation. I mean, they use everything in the water, and it's in the desert. It is so important to learn from them that how people living in this difficult, God has not been very kind to them, very, very difficult geographical location, 50 degrees in summer, 0 degrees in winter. I mean, we've had some worst famines in those areas few years, 50, 20 years back. But best lessons of hospitality, best lessons of conservation, those were the things which I learned from them. And very, very rich in culture, tradition, heritage, very, very proud people. I mean, Shergarh was known for, every home out there had sent people to fight, to defend the country. I mean, there was an article when I was in college which said the war widows of Shergarh. So can you imagine the pride those people had? So when I went back to in 95 to start I wanted to get into this. I love tourism and all that. So when I started Manwar in 95, we started with a small resort between, in this quaint highway which went to Jaisalmer from Jodhpur. Used the traditional methods. We we added a camp out there. So gradually, slowly, last 25 years, I've been continuously working there and showing the people this part of Rajasthan, which normally everybody goes to Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, the main tourist areas. But this was this beautiful part which I actually wanted to showcase to the world and get the people there and see what the desert was all about. So what is the impact of this thing which we did there? And that's a few photographs which I'll share. I feel that the desert ecosystem is a very rare ecosystem. It is an ecosystem which faces huge challenges. I mean, there was this thing of, I said danger from irrigation, and I used to fight with my father, and I said that the water levels are going down. We cannot be growing groundnut, cotton, wheat. We have to change our ways. I mean, otherwise you're going to be the same way the other 40 villages which have no water. So trying to convince people to get into this traditional form of rain-fed or those crops which were important for to preserve the water was a very difficult task. And I can tell you that in these villages which had water, the water levels are going down. And just before my father passed away in last year, he handed over me his 500 acres of farmland, and he said, give it back to nature. And that's exactly what I had been trying to tell them, that this desert ecosystem, to survive, we have to be very, very careful in protecting and preserving what we have inherited. These greening interventions which have, this Indira Gandhi Canal, all this underground water being used, if you are not sensible, you will destroy this most unbelievable ecosystem. Your Great Indian Bustard is already reaching extinction. There are only, I think, 35 birds which are there. We already work. I'm also working with the NGO there. So, these faulty policies of, plantation by the government, invasive species which have come, Zuliflora. I mean, you're converting a desert, which is probably one of the most living deserts in the world. You are converting this into a woodland. I mean, the Thar desert was never it was always a shrub desert. It had the most beautiful flora. It had the most beautiful fauna. Why would you just want to destroy it by just not understanding? And that's what I learned from the local people there. And they said that our main livelihood was livestock. I mean, the largest livestock probably of this country comes from there. Sheep, cattle, camels, everything came from there. And they used to tell me, and what I learned from them, that the desert ecosystem is the most resilient ecosystem. It's not barren as you see. You have one rain, the whole desert just turns into green. And that is what one has to understand. So when I started this, and when I saw these water levels going down, and I started this my small effort of buying land and giving it back to nature. And what I learned from the people there is that the biggest danger locally, and there was this old kahawat which said, कि जहाँ ऊँट जाता है, where the camel goes, you'll probably find one bush which is called akada. Everything else will just finish off. It'll eat everything. And where the goat goes, जहाँ बकरी जाती है, वहाँ आपको कंकर मिलेगा. यानी कि you have to save the grasslands from the goat. Dada. So that's what I learned from them. And once the camp areas which I was doing, this one tented camp which I had this 100 acres of land around it, I just fenced it. And in the last 5 years, just by fencing it, no water, nothing, just by fencing it and protecting from the goat and the cows, we were able to, all the old trees, the rohida, the kumat, the khejdi, which the desert used to survive on, they just came up. All the shrubs came up, the wildlife came, and that is this one photograph which I would like to share. Yeah, so that is one of my favorite projects which I did. So if you see, this is almost 500 acres of desert land. There's some green patches which you see, there's some farming there. And I just bought this land over a period of time and have given it back to nature. We set up one tent, two tent, and whatever. I mean, this is a traveler who's really well traveled, and they understand, and whatever money I get from here, I just give it back and protect it from any kind of people who want to protect it from the goats, or try and keep the camels a little away from here. And this is what you'll see: small trees, small shrubs. And this is almost in the month of March. And if I couldn't share more photographs. But if you see it in the monsoon, after the monsoon, this whole thing just turns into green, and the small water bodies will just come up. So this photograph is very important and very special to me. This is actually what made Manwar. So when I talk about, first was the conservation, protection of desert ecosystem. The second is an impact of a small 30, 40 room hotel, I mean, with some rooms here, a little bit of few tents that side. What is the impact it can actually have? And this is the photograph which kind of made Manwar. And it's a work which I was doing of getting the musicians. I mean, this area, as I said, is very rich. So first was employment. All our staff from out there is 100% local. It's a very, very talented, I mean, the people around are very, very talented. And there was this village called Koshlova, which was a village of the Langa musicians. And when we did some research, and I said, ये जगह बहुत, I mean, बहुत talented लोग हैं. There's this folk music is very rich. So there's this family of Khairuddin ji, Ilamdin ji, who were the musicians, big music family there. I got them to Manwar. This was 25 years back. And the dancers are the Kalbelia community, which is the Jogis. This again is they're traditionally, I mean, it's come down to them. This folk music and folk dances have come down to them. And this is the kind of thing a small unit can do. That the whole Koshlova village now has almost 50 homes which have these musicians and dancers now all over the country. You have them performing in Ranthambore, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, all from this village. So that is the kind of impact, these things can have. So that's when you do protection, which was, again, I was inspired by the Bishnoi community, that you just protect the area from any kind of, in olden times, this area was also an area of a lot of shikar, a lot of hunting. And I also came from a family which was big time into this. So we stopped all this in this area, got the help of the local people, got the help of the Bishnoi villages. And today in this entire area, we have these small pockets of where there's chinkaras, desert fox, blue bulls, all kinds of reptiles. And we have a huge species of desert birds. So this is what, which I'm trying to tell you, that how a small unit can just change the entire area. And finally, the next one, yeah. So when you start a unit, when you start a small tourism unit in these back and beyond places, I feel it has to link to the community. And once the community gets involved, you have to build trust in them. I'm from there. The family has got about 750 years of history there. So it was when I could convince them that this is what the impact this can have. So there was this very interesting sabha which was called the Devraj Hitkarni Sabha, which was involved in these small things of social work there. And last year they kind of made me the Adhyaksh, or the chairperson of that the Sabha. And this Devraj Hitkarni Sabha now covers 24 villages. And we do this amazing work of taking the tourists, which we're already doing, to taking them to the schools. And this is one thing which I did with one of the groups which which is the Fiqh flow from Calcutta. And we told them that, they said, what can we do here? And we got them involved in this school project. And this school was also very special to me, because the foundation of the schools were laid by my father. And he was always trying to push the case of girl education. See, in Rajasthan, in the middle of the Thar desert, girl education was unheard of 20 years back. And today this school has 50% girls who are studying there. So that's the kind of impact which, we have to go and do. Small hotels, I'm telling you, the kind of impact we can do is just unbelievable. So we this social reform, we do Jan Chetna Yatras out there, go to these villages. We talk to them about, ki bhai, nasha pati kam karo, bachcho ko padhao. And the kind of schools which have come up there, and I always go and tell them that just 2 or 3 things which are very, very important. In today's world, you have to learn English. You have to learn computers. Usi se you will become a global citizen. I have now children from here who are now studying and working in Dubai, Canada, Japan. All from this, you have to come and see what is happening in this, these 20, 25 villages. My carpenters are working all over. We've got horsemen who are, the best horsemen come from this area. So this is a very vibrant place which probably nobody had heard about it. And that's what Shergarh was all about. And finally, we talked to them about environment. And these young children, I talked to them about saving water, about Swachh Bharat. And all this has really led to this big restoration of, in their own pride and where they belong to. Thank you. And I thank everybody for giving me this chance to come here and speak.
Glimpse of the wilderness of the Thar and for all the conservation efforts in this region. All right, so from the deserts of the west, let us coast along the 7,500 kilometer long coastline of our country. First stop, Rameshwaram, Tamil Nadu. So we have a short 5-minute pre-recorded presentation by Mr. Jehan Driver, founder and MD, Quest Academy, Tamil Nadu.
Let me present my story and share a message about opportunities in responsible tourism along the coastline. Unfortunately, I was not able to make it as I'm on an expedition, but I really hope you enjoy my journey as the founder of Quest Academy. My relationship with adventure began by leading treks in the Sahyadris. I went all the way up to the Himalayas and ran many rivers down to the ocean, only to realize that my true passion lies with the wind. That's when I started a quest and rode down the west coast and zoomed up the east to settle down in a village I now like to call home. Along my journey over 2 decades, I have realized the importance of incorporating sustainability into business, amalgamating the triple bottom line of sustainability into our daily operations: people, profit, and planet. Let's begin the conversation with the people. Coastal India is home to many fishing hamlets. Hence, the primary people we work with are fisherfolk. Creating awareness, opportunities, and alternative livelihood through training programs like the Beach Lifeguard Project, powerboat hand operator courses, water sport guide courses, we have successfully and responsibly trained many fisherfolk who have joined hands with the responsible tourism industry. For the rest, who are upskilled, they lead safer lives at sea. And let's not forget the youth.
Hi, I am Kandesh. I am love stand-up paddle and training 3 years. I am in state level. I will win.
That's where our Water Babies project comes in. Every weekend, our instructors spend time with the community youth, teaching them various aquatic sports and life skills, getting them certified, and in barter for the training and certification, we collect a fee in bags of garbage, trying to create awareness and a sense of responsibility. The Water Babies project is quite successful, and dialogue is open to incorporate it into the public school network in the state of Tamil Nadu.
I could walk on water and not get wet. I could walk on water and not get wet. I could sell water to a well.
Let's move on to the second P, profit. Economic sustainability, recruiting and engaging vendors from the community to ensure local spending. We encourage our guests to spend time at local shops and establishments to create a small boost in the rural economy. And now the third and the most important pillar of our conversation, the planet. Our coastal environment requires a lot of our attention. Often, one of the hardest things to do is to let things be just the way they were. Reduce footfall, figure out carrying capacity of the area. In our experience, engaging the local community with visiting participants to adopt certain parts of geography to preserve, protect, and rejuvenate works really well. Simple initiatives like Trash for Cash, beach cleanups, artificial reef projects add a lot of opportunities for the fishing communities to partake in. Yes, we do build the reef we direct. So, having said all of that, what are the opportunities in coastal responsible tourism, you may ask? We believe in less is more. Target a suitable demographic in the first stage of your approach. Products like sports tourism provide an immediate demographic match. There is a high level of self-actualization, high engagement, high purchasing power. Sports tourists will engage in local spending for experiences and longer duration compared to weekender demographic. Every beach is different and offers a unique opportunity to attract a different type of traveler. Hence, the opportunities will also be varied. Surf, kite surfing, kayaking, and scuba diving are already growing coastal responsible tourism models in the state of Tamil Nadu. Is this something that would interest you?
Thank you, Mr. Driver, for recording that message and sharing it with us before he left for his expedition. Well, safe, responsible sports tourism certainly offers an ocean of possibilities. On that note, and now our final presentation in this session, may I please call upon Mr. Naveen Namboothri, founder, trustee, Dakshin Foundation, to tell us about the incredible 360-degree work that his foundation is doing to make better places to live in and therefore better places to visit. Let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage.
Hi, good morning everyone. I am from Dakshin Foundation. My name is Naveen Namboothri. I'm a marine biologist by training. I represent an organization, like I said, Dakshin Foundation. We are not primarily working on tourism as one of our, our primary interventions, but it is, and it can definitely be one of those, potential interventions that could make a difference on the coast as well. So Dakshin Foundation is an organization which has been now about a decade and a half old. Our primary kind of motivation is healthy oceans and thriving communities. So I'm going to talk a little bit more, not so much about specifically related to tourism, but this is more like a overview of the coastline. We work in multiple geographies with multiple communities, so try and capture all of that in a short presentation is not going to be easy and probably not appropriate for this audience, but what I'm trying to do here is to try and give a glimpse of what the oceans, our seascapes look like. Sorry. Yeah, so you can move on to the next slide, please. So for me, where it all started is, like I said, I'm a marine biologist by training. I started doing a lot of work initially in the Nicobar Islands, Great Nicobar Island, one of the most remote islands, remotest places probably currently in India. That's where I got to do my PhD research. It started with coral reef ecosystems and then started working a bit on sea turtles there. A lot of these areas are quite, where I started off work, like I said, quite remote, but also are also areas where, there is a lot of marine life, which got me quite excited and hooked. But then slowly, I also got opportunities to work with people. I realized that I wouldn't survive in these areas a day without a lot of people who work along with us in these field sites, who we call field staff. But honestly, they're way more well-versed with, the ecosystems, the place, and also skilled in many different ways, which unfortunately, people like me are not. So got to learn a lot from the best of these people, and then slowly, the perception about the entire coastline started changing. We also, sorry. Yeah, so what it also, then it gave me opportunities to work in multiple other sites on the mainland as well as, earlier Jahan's sites like Ramanathapuram and the Park Bay area as well. Both the island systems, I got opportunities to work in islands of Lakshadweep archipelago as well. What did strike me was just the sheer diversity in the coastal sector as well. And it's very poorly understood and internalized by the rest of the people, the rest of the communities as well, because they are extremely diverse. Like just from the boats, someone did mention about 7,500 odd kilometers of coastline, and there is a fishing village every 2 or 3 kilometers on an average. If you look at it, there are 3,500 plus fishing villages or hamlets in our coastline. So that's the scale that we are looking at, and it's huge. And none of these fishing hamlets are necessarily the same, right? It's so diverse, diverse in terms of in the crafts, we call them crafts, but basically the boats they use, extremely diverse, different kinds of boats. That's the central one is the outrigger canoe that people in Nicobars use. The one on the left, top left, is the boats they use in Lakshadweep for pole and line tuna fishing. The ones on the right top corner is the Tepa boats they use in Odisha. So just in terms of the different kinds of crafts, it's humongously diverse. The kind of resources they target, the kind of instruments they use to target to harvest these resources as well are extremely diverse. The people are diverse, the culture, their language, the cuisine, it's just mind-bogglingly diverse. And it's not just that, there is so much of knowledge embedded in these communities and a significant part of this is unrecorded and undervalued as well. So there is a huge potential here in terms of, I'm not just saying from a tourism point of view, but generally in terms of, and it's massive, the kind of 15 million odd people depend on, I'm not sure if that's an entirely accurate estimate, but that's the kind of the numbers that we're looking at in terms of people who are dependent on fisheries and associated resources. And there's a much bigger population living along the coastline. More than half of our population lives along from, say, 50 kilometers of the coastline. And like I said, even the resources they kind of harvest from the sea, the kind of commodities that come out of it, the kind of interlinkages they have with not just with other communities in the hinterland, but also the kind of trade relationships they have with, not just now, historically they've been having with various other adjoining countries, and all of that is also just mind-boggling. There's a lot there to be explored and understood. But it's also a very, very dynamic space. I've been in this sector for 15 years now, and it's just the way the coastlines have changed and it's been shaped over the years in many of these places, which I'm quite also personally attached to. It's just incredible to see the kind of contesting imaginations that are at play here. So coastlines are the primary, from real estate point of view, it's like the main areas where everyone wants to settle, ideal climate, ideal places, industries. Most industries want to set up, closer to the coastlines. It's much more easier and effective. But it's also a place where the fisher communities are striving to, kind of hold on to their spaces, hold on to their identities. And it's also now, just to give you an example, the PMMSY, the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, is a 2,000 plus crore initiative to try and kind of revitalize the coastlines, and the kind of operations that, the kind of investments that are being put into the coastlines are just huge. And these are all going to have, tremendous impacts on how it plays out on the ground. And tourism sector as well. Beaches are prime destinations. Scuba diving and, water-based activities are getting increasingly a lot more attention. So our primary, beneficiaries we work with are the small-scale fisher communities, and this has a lot of implications for the small-scale fisher communities who are also historically quite marginalized. So just a photo to show how that's a non-motorized, really subsistence level kind of a fishing vessel. Increasingly, these kind of sites are becoming much lesser and lesser as the coastline keeps changing. These are also places which experience a lot of, there are also lots of other issues that are, at play here. The fishing communities are also highly vulnerable because historically they've been, they have been occupying the coastline, but unfortunately a lot of them do not own the place in which they live because they haven't really tried over the years to kind of get pata or whatever, rights over the land where they've been living. So they're also prone to quite a bit of displacement. There is climate change happening and it has serious implications for fisher communities. Sea level rise is something that's really, pushing them further away, depriving them of their, land as well. And like I said, they're also extremely marginalized. The levels of, I think about 62% of the communities are below poverty line. 58% of them have not had proper literacy, more than, middle school level literacy. So they are historically a marginalized community as well. While we started, while initially a lot of our organizational interests were, more leaning towards healthy oceans, we do realize now increasingly that it's not possible to make that shift happen unless we really get the communities on board. And a lot of the work that we do in the organization, while we do have, conservation initiatives that look at charismatic species like sea turtles, sea snakes and others, sharks and stuff, it's primarily because it also creates a lot of interest because of their charismatic value. There's a lot of interest that these kind of species generate, but we also use them as, sometimes as entry points to initiate conversations with communities, but also work a lot on fisheries. I personally head the Sustainable Fisheries Program at Dakshin, so that's also something that's very critical for fishing communities. Fish stocks are going down significantly. There have been huge changes since the late 80s when mechanization came into the fishery sector in a big way. It kind of changed the entire way. Earlier, the perceptions was that the sea is not inexhaustible, but now that perception has completely changed. And there are serious implications of this fish stock going down. In many places, fisher communities find it difficult to make a subsistence based entirely on fishing. It's facilitating a lot of migration away from the coastal areas to other areas. But also what it means is that it leads to a lot of social and other kinds of issues on the coastline. Again, a lot of different initiatives we've started. I'm not getting into the details of those. But we've also tried to capture, try to include. So if you talk to any fisher community, senior people in the fisher community, their general now response, standard response is that we don't want our children to get into the fishing sector because this is not really an ideal sector for them to go forward. So there are huge transitions happening within the community. The youth, unfortunately, don't get involved in a lot of these conversations around, generally around, management, governance at a village level. They generally tend to stay away. So we've also been using entry points like sports and other kinds of, interventions like what Jehan was talking about. Some of those kind of interventions as well to try and get the youth also on board. We've been also looking at community health. Historically, these are the seas where all our waste ends up. And, it's also the sites for heavy pollution, really bad, community-wise, there's very bad health conditions here. No matter what interventions you do with communities, sometimes even just one health incident in the family is enough to kind of, push them back to where they began. So we're increasingly realizing that you do need a more holistic, like you said, it's not 360 degree yet, but what we're also looking at is doing things at a more process level, not try and fix problems one by one for communities, but rather work towards empowering them, giving them the right kind of tools and confidence and the kind of governance level support at a village level that helps them become a lot more sustainable than try and fix the problems for them. So a lot of what we do is actually a more, kind of process heavy. Like I said, when we began, it was a lot more healthy oceans kind of focus that we began with. But we understood that quickly that it's outright unfair to expect communities to make big changes in their day-to-day, lived lives just to, ensure sustainable or healthy ecosystems, because that's not priority for them. They have so many different kinds of priorities in life that, some environment and, sustainability, climate change, even though they face it, even though they're at the front lines of this, for them, that's not top priority. So we are kind of looking at a much more, integrated kind of approach going forward, where we actually address, and things are very different from village to village, issues are not the same. So it's difficult to build a model that's scalable and can address problems at all these levels. So like I said, the focus is more on the process part of it rather to try and solve each and every, challenge that these communities face. So, yeah, so like I said, going forward, but one good thing about the fisher communities that we've kind of realized over the years is that their ability to collectivize is actually quite high. Despite all this diversity, despite all these differences within the communities, there is the thread of, them, the practice of fishing, them identifying themselves as fisher communities is something that brings them together, and there is a strong level of, collectivization, unionization that's there in these communities. That's, for us, that's like a very good opportunity to try and make a big difference in these communities. We would really like to try and, so anyone working in coastal areas, anyone working in these, in sites that involve fisher communities or, marine systems, feel free to reach out to us. We'd be happy to work, try and look at potential opportunities to work with you to try and see if there is a way to, address a lot of these issues that I talked about here. There is a lot of interest in maritime-based development, so there is an opportunity if we do a lot of reimagining of how we want these coastlines to develop. Like I said, there is these lot of contesting imaginations that are not always complementary to each other. And there's also this increasing polarization that we're dealing with, which is environment versus development kind of a situation where anything that you talk about which is environment related or sustainability related immediately tends to be treated as, anti-development kind of a narrative. So we are really keen to try and break that, and we kind of intentionally positioned ourselves in, this crossroads of development versus, environment kind of a scene. So with that, I'll end the talk. I'm happy to, discuss with you further if any of you are interested. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Naveen, for reflecting upon the incredible value of India's eco-fragile coastline and your efforts towards safeguarding it. What a beautiful rosary of stories that was. Thank you so much to all our dear colleagues and our friends on stage and off it for redefining India's true value across geographies. And now let's move on to our next segment, which is on building safe tourism ecosystems. Because can India be a value destination if it's considered unsafe? Can the trust of the travelers be won by an industry that doesn't have good, strong bones to begin with? Are the communities exposed to tourism also vulnerable to risks that they have never dreamed of? We've invited people from the responsible tourism community in India to tell us how we can make a few fundamental changes that can assure the safety of travelers, businesses, and communities. To kickstart the conversation, may I please invite on stage Mr. Vaibhav Kala, founder, Aquaterra Adventures and Vice President, Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, to talk about the crisis prevention and response in adventure tourism. Let's put our hands together and welcome on stage.
Good afternoon, Vanakkam, Your Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Delightful morning, stories of great courage and commitment. Thank you for sharing this. They scream impact. I'm here to talk about a different sort of impact, maybe a wet blanket, siren call maybe. I've been guiding water and land adventures across India and overseas for the last 31 years. And I'd love to share with you and also the industry's viewpoint on how things can go completely awry if not checked in time. I'm representing the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India as well. This is something that's making the news so often that it's almost considered normal. This is a headline from last week. A 28-year-old lady went for a joyous rafting trip and she ended up in hospital, DOA. This is a story from Tamil Nadu of a terrible forest fire. Apparently the rules have changed now to not have trekking allowed in the fire season, which is now mid-Feb to mid-April. Again, shows that risk assessment is the step one towards planning anything at all in the outdoor realm. 5 trekkers dead at Lamkhaga. This was a couple of years ago, climate change event. Apparently, no incident report filed. The natural assumption is that the tents collapsed and the people were sort of separated. Both events that were quite avoidable. Again, these stories continue. They are very, very normal. Nobody is raising eyebrows. Trekkers going missing, freezing to death, river running accidents, not only on the Ganga, but almost all valleys across India. New Year trek turning into disaster. This accident was within 2 hours from Manali. Accidents in Goa, missing personnel on glaciers, rescues launched at a great cost to state machinery. These are the sort of headlines that we have seen many, many times. There's been a rafting act which hasn't seen light of day. This is an old clipping. Accidents in Pune. 8 people rescued in Uttarakhand. Another drowning. 80 people held for an illegal trekking operation in the Antara Gorge. This is in Kolar. Without a permit. Again, shows how there is almost zero access control to India's natural heritage. Rafting accident on the Teesta. Illegal operations galore. This is again a story of each and every state in the country. Lack of regulation, lack of certification, and lack of licensing. Bans typically follow. So let's get down to the cause and effect, really. How do we prepare good trip leaders? Every Indian, every person on the planet has an equal right to seeing our natural heritage in the way that it is meant to be. And if you don't have good trip leaders and guides, these are really the reasons why we had all those headlines. The lack of good certified, experienced trip leaders. There has been zero accident reporting in the country over the last 3 decades. My guess is about 5.5% of accidents get reported. And the world over, people only learn by proper accident reporting because that shows you what can happen if you don't do X, Y, Z. and they repeat themselves. A small decision has a snowballing effect, a complete domino effect. It's what we saw on the Lamkaga accident. Separation of guides, collapsing of tents, and a lot of people lost their lives. Now, what you saw on the headlines, now 99% of those deaths and casualties could have been avoided, and at the very least prevented. And why is this happening? It's blatant outsourcing of India's natural heritage. The market is huge, completely unaware, very price-driven. Customers don't know what questions to ask. And where margins are slim, safety is the first casualty. No offense to individuals or states, but this is what reality is. Departures are called batches. Look at this. This is just an example. Each batch is apparently 25 to 35 people. And there you go. There's a massification of our natural heritage. The ones in red, they're following dates, like 1st to 10th, 10th to 20th. That's how it goes. If you look at this slide, there are 41 batches of 30 persons. That's 1,230 people in 44 days. And this is just one outfit. Yeah, when you multiply this, you can imagine the sort of impact that our natural heritage is reeling under. And the accident rates are proportional to this sort of mass travel. This is really the ugly side. These are real photos from one of the prettiest trails in Garhwal, the Rupkund Trail, rendered banned by the Uttarakhand High Court because companies had gone up and dug trenches for toilet pits, and this sort of garbage. This is the Bedni and Ali Bugyal stretches, and this was followed by the Bugyal ban, which we are still trying to fight and reason with. Lack of regulation, completely. I mean, the Uttarakhand government has gone to challenge this, but again, I mean, with what face do you challenge an order? Social media has played its role. I mean, if you look at this photograph carefully, this is from the Chadar River. It's a guided trip, yet people are in the water. And all it takes in the Zanskar Gorge is a cloud to cover the canyon, and you'll have hypothermia within 4 minutes. This girl up there, she's not on a rope. She's about 80 feet above the frozen river. All it takes is one slip. And this is happening under our collective watch. This is not something that is anonymous and unknown. Look at this image. This is again from one of the pasture treks. There are 18 tents accommodating 3 people. That's 54 people, plus trekking staff and guide team. There are only 2 toilet tents here. Almost a disincentive to use toilets. And what do you have? You have human feces that remains uncontained. Again, I'm just trying to emphasize why accidents are happening, and you all have friends that go into the mountains. This was again a story that made headlines. Akhil was on a guided trek. He was sent back alone because he wasn't feeling too good, and he died within a 3-hour walk from Manali in a ditch. Terrible way to go. I hope no one has to suffer this sort of fate. Padmesh Patil is another example, on a guided climb to Stoke Kangri, a 6,153-meter mountain in Ladakh, and returning from the summit completely tired and dehydrated. Had early onset of acute mountain sickness. There were no ropes, no crampons, and no guide. And this man is returning from a tiring ascent. No accident report has ever been shared with industry. No report filed by the company or the trekking guide. And really, this is why accidents continue and won't stop, because there is no learning. So nobody will ever know what the consequences are when you are alone and returning from a high descent. There have been over 15 deaths on the Chadar trek. Again,
popularized by social media. Everyone wants a selfie on the chadar. It's touted as an easy weekend thrill. It's not. It was only the domain of very seasoned alpinists. And of course, Facebook changed all that. A raging annual price war. Only now are certain checks coming in, but only in the form of extra acclimatization. On-river safety is still wide open. You see this lady here, she's got her clothes on and she's jumping into the frozen river. So begs the question, why are people dying? Accidents keep repeating themselves. We've gone hoarse trying to speak to industry and to government, to policy. There are over 15,000 unregulated adventure outfits in the country. The mass traffic is there. Everybody knows about it. I have seen fixed camps within preserved natural sanctuaries in Uttarakhand and Himachal, and very, very poor guest-to-guide ratios. A lot of those accidents are because of that. Lesser trained guides without experience, without having the certification of dealing with wilderness first aid. And of course, a lack of, lack of the outdoor ethos, which is a fallout of human greed. All those mass batches are straight out of human greed. Regulation is something that we've been fighting for. No operation if you're not licensed, if you're not certified. There has to be pre-qualification, some level of minimal experience before you start dealing or being responsible for people's safety. And that brings about the doctrine of prevention, really, which is key to preventing accidents and deaths. So yeah, what's going on? There is no central repository of data. So you will not be able to find out what causes accidents, under what set of circumstances. The Indian domestic TG is extremely unaware, highly price-driven, do not know how to ask the right questions. It's a hustle at best. There's a lot of incorrect information available on the internet. Difficult undertakings are touted as easy. Encouraging people to undertake them because they don't have the experience to know any better. And there was an era of self-regulation. Adventure travel is not very old in this country. Early outfits were always about self-regulation, knowing that the ethic needs to be supreme. That is sort of on the decline. There's also a fine line between ecotourism and regionalism. We are from this area, so we can do as we feel like. So that's another big factor that's emerging. And again, cause and effect, we spoke about this. It's one bad decision leading to a domino effect. There are two distinct types of outdoor fatalities. It's an inexperienced person being caught in a situation beyond their ability, beyond what they thought they would be happy to undertake. And the second one, which is accomplished outdoorsmen who end up doing, end up with adventures that they don't survive. We're seeing the first side of accident ratings that are falling. The physical ability of the guests, if you were to compare from the 80s to now, has been steadily declining. Yeah, I'd say it again, the guests nowadays are not as tough as they used to be. They're less aware, so they need extra care. You need to have more guides on trips because there's a greater rate of people being unable to finish their what they started out with. Better equipment has made it possible for us to undertake harder challenges, but I think at some level we're forgetting that our guests may not be able to do that. Chief factors for prevention. Prevention really is the only doctrine when you're taking trips out into India's natural heritage. The whole team has to have a buy-in. Our entire teams have to know that this is the only way to do it. We have to prevent a situation from deteriorating, because once it does, then it's domino effect. Communication to clients, extremely vital when you're going out into remote, harsh, cold, wet environments. The impact, as I said, it's been terrible for India. Our adventure travel development index ranking globally is now 96. It's fallen 10 points in the last 2 years because we're having more accidents, more deaths, and all this media doesn't go unnoticed. Our reputation has dipped as an adventure travel destination. There are bans. There are many, many bans in place as we speak. Stoke Kangri has been banned for the 3rd year this year. Something that, I mean, within a 2-day walk from Leh should never have happened. We have taken out a cleaning expedition to Stoke Kangri, and guess how much garbage we carried out? 2 tons. Now it takes a lot to deposit 2 tons of garbage at 5,000 meters. And under whose watch was that happening? Our collective watch. So the USP is being degraded. The USP that brings people out to witness and experience our natural heritage, that itself is being degraded. So it's a dangerous situation with mass travel, on the rise and eroding the destination value. The possible solutions, and this is something that we have been working on, and so there is good news. I won't be the harbinger of terrible, outlook, but access control is something that will come in soon. We are working on it. Right now, you can drive to any roadhead, park your car, and leave. And nobody needs to know where you are. So the first step is, as is the case in most civilized societies, is we need to know where you are. You are going into India's natural heritage. You will take the right permissions. You will give the right information. And then you will proceed. Only legitimate outfits who are certified, who are experienced, and who make sure that clients remain safe. No recognition, no licensing means no operation. Checkpoints, registration hubs, restriction on group sizes on popular trails, ratio of guides to guests being made mandatory, and removal of all fixed base camps in India's natural heritage. There is hope. There has been a national strategy for adventure tourism that has been initiated by the central ministry. There is a national board for adventure tourism has been formed. And there is a model law for adventure travel that is being formulated. And so hopefully over the next 5 years, I think we'll have a safer destination all across India. We'll need government intervention because no policy takes place without state participation. So we hope we can get it out from the central headquarters in Delhi and onto each state, and a standard set of guidelines across India. Because the last challenge is that every state has their own safety guidelines. And if that wasn't enough, there are 6 ministries, at least 6 ministries that are working on their own guidelines. So it doesn't work. You have to standardize and benchmark these safety guidelines. They're already in place, but it's a question of, everybody adopting these and following them. So here's to a safer, adventure travel, future, and a better ranking in the ADTI over the coming years. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vaibhav, for sharing the real picture of adventure tourism. And next up, may I invite Mr. Gopinath Pariyal, founder and CEO, The Blue Yonder, to lead the conversation on climate disasters and tourism preparedness. It's a conversation that we're only just beginning to have, so we're keen to know what he has to say. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage.
എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിലെയും കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കാനാണ് ഈ എഴുത്ത്. ഇപ്പോൾ കുറേ കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് ഉപ്പുവെള്ളമാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ വീടിൻ്റെ ചുറ്റിലും. വീടൊക്കെ കേടായി. എൻ്റെ കൂട്ടുകാർ ആദിത്യൻ്റെയും അതുലിൻ്റെയും പിന്നെ ആര്യയുടെയും വീട്ടിൽ 2011 ഓരുവെള്ളം കയറാൻ തുടങ്ങിയതാ. 13 കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് അവർ ഇങ്ങനാ ജീവിക്കണേ. 15 മിനിറ്റ് വെള്ളത്തിൽ കൂടി നടന്നിട്ടാ സ്കൂളിൽ പോണേ. കാലാവസ്ഥ മാറ്റാന്നാ പറയണേ. കുറെ വീടും പോയി, ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ജോലിയും പോയി. നാരായണൻ ചേട്ടനൊക്കെ എത്ര മീൻ കിട്ടിയിരുന്നതാ, ഇപ്പൊ ഒന്നുമില്ല, തൂമ്പുപണി മാത്രമായി. ഇവിടുത്തെ മെമ്പറൊക്കെ പലതും ശ്രമിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് എന്താവാനാ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ വാർഡിൽ കഴിഞ്ഞ 4 വർഷം ഏതു ദിവസം എത്ര മഴ പെയ്തു എന്ന് കൃത്യം ഡാറ്റ കയ്യിലുള്ള കുട്ടിയുണ്ട്. ഇങ്ങനെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ മഴയുടെ പാറ്റേൺ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മുടെ പ്രശ്നത്തിൻ്റെ കൃത്യം വിവരങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പരിഹാരം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ലേ? ഇത് മുരുകേശൻ ചേട്ടൻ ലക്ഷക്കണക്കിന് കണ്ടൽ നട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആൾക്കിത് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എന്താ ലാഭം? ആള് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന്റെ ഗുണം ഞങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികൾക്കാണ്. കാലാവസ്ഥാ വ്യതിയാനത്തെ അതിജീവിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കേരളത്തിന്റെ സ്വന്തം അരിയാണ് പൊക്കാളി. അത് ഇവിടെ കൃഷി ചെയ്യാൻ ആളില്ല. എന്നാൽ വിച്ചപ്പൻ ചേട്ടൻ 12 ഏക്കറിൽ എല്ലാ കൊല്ലവും പൊക്കാളി വിളവെടുക്കും. ഇങ്ങനത്തെ വലിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുകളെ നമ്മൾ വഴികാട്ടികളാക്കേണ്ടേ. സസ്നേഹം, ദേവനന്ദൻ.
The biggest challenge that we faced while shooting this brief trailer that you saw was about how not to capture the beauty of the place, but at the same time try to showcase the struggles and the equal resilience of the communities with dignity. Now, none of these people that you saw, they don't live in any faraway land. They live just around the corner from where we all operate, where we all work. They live nearby. And interestingly, most of these people that you just saw, they live very close to some of the most popular tourist destinations in Kerala. Now, that's the thing about tourism. We are everywhere. We are in some of the most beautiful places in the world, stunning, spectacular, but at the same time, some of the most vulnerable places on the earth. When communities like this start having life where their dignity is compromised, where they need to constantly struggle to make a living with dignity, where does that put us, people in the tourism industry? Because we constantly talk about that we serve the communities, we work with the communities, we constantly talk about community-based tourism. Now, we don't need to look at engaging the community from the perspective of CSR. We don't need to look at it from the perspective of philanthropy or charity, but purely based on ROI. If the communities, their lives are affected, it starts affecting the destination. When you don't have destinations, you are simply going to be out of business. If you don't take care of your community, you do not exist. It's simple. There's no other rocket science in this. Now, the trailer that you saw earlier, it was just about a slow onset of a disaster. Very slow, of how tidal flooding is actually bringing in the seawater into your houses. Tidal flooding, we always discuss in our team that it's sort of a leveler in the sense it doesn't discriminate between poor people, it doesn't discriminate between the local people or the tourism sector. Now, don't be surprised for those people who are in the tourism industry running fancy hotels and resorts. If the sea water can enter into their houses, it's not going to take longer for it to enter your lobby, your resorts, your bedroom, where, trust me, in next 5 years or even earlier, you're going to see TripAdvisor reviews where your travelers who pay maybe $300 per night to stay at your properties, writing that irrespective of having paid so much of money, they couldn't sleep properly because of the moisture, because of the moist walls, because of the moulds, because of the water when they stepped out of the bed. This is a reality that we live in. Now, let me very quickly show you a 3-minute video about how a sudden onset of a disaster would look like from one of our experience.
In August 2018, we experienced a once-in-100 years deluge. For a few days, it was fun. By mid-August, incessant rain forced rivers to breach and mudslides from the mountains. Then came the flood. In Chenamangalam, the weaving community of more than 300 families saw their livelihoods washed away. Looms, properties, stock, drowned under the water up to 12 feet deep. Piles of stinking soil clothes lay strewn behind the weaving units and along the village road. Where most saw devastation, social entrepreneurs Lakshmi and Gopi saw opportunities. This is where the story of Chekutis began. Through crowdsourcing, 50,000 volunteers in 9 countries upcycled the ruined clothes into 120,000 plus Chekutis. 360 dolls out of each worthless sari. Selling the Chekutis raised the much needed funds for the weavers. They also captured the mood of the time. A beacon of resilience and solidarity shown by our people during the flood. This child from the village of Chenamangalam was someone we all could relate to. It had scars, it had stains. It didn't pretend another perfect world at all. It was us. They are used as gifts, decorations, luggage tags and lanyards, as workshop tool for children affected by trauma, as a memory to hold on to, as a reminder of the height we reached as a humanity. The Chekutis are still young, but they are growing, sharing new stories of supporting the underprivileged with dignity, and telling the world that Kerala isn't just only God's own country. It's also a land of Chekutis. Because this isn't just a story of one village, it's the beginning of 35 million stories, all from one place. A place called Kerala.
So, our community actually helped raise about $120,000 in such a short time. It's a story about how a small little doll actually became a beacon of resilience. Now, this doll is relatable not just to people in Kerala, but You take the recent flooding that happened in Pakistan, you take the recent earthquake that happened in Syria, the recent earthquake that happened in Turkey, and unfortunately 2 weeks ago, Turkey and Syria again went through a flash flood. And yesterday night, I actually got an alert from friends in Malawi telling that they are going through the same flash flood. So this is all, forget about the earthquake, everything else is scientifically proven to be a result of climate change. Now as an industry, the tourism industry that is known for maybe 10 to 40% of the greenhouse gas emission, we are actually an interesting, amazing ally for the humanitarian sector, which is an area that's not been explored at all. The humanitarian sector globally is so tired, they are spreading far too thin. They can't reach all the places in the world because the frequency and the scale of the disasters are increasing day by day. Now, you probably might be surprised to know how small this humanitarian disaster management sector globally is. It is actually as small as a chewing gum industry in the world. It's just about $30 billion business. This is all. Out of the $30 billion, almost 80% of that is spent in war, in man-made disasters. Just 20% of the $30 billion is spent on natural disasters, especially now what is happening in the backdrop of climate change. Now, compare that with the $9 trillion tourism industry that is there in literally every part of the world. Whatever the humanitarian sector needs during a crisis, it is all sitting idle with the tourism industry. Whatever we call as an airport-to-airport service that we provide, you look at the logistics, the management, the supply chain, the knowledge we have in terms of moving people in large numbers, look at the shelters, look at the accommodation that we have, look at the food and beverage that can be served with dignity to people in a local level. And not the least, highly skilled human resources, especially those working in soft and adventure tourism activities, the highly skilled the human resources and uncanny ability of our tourism industry to raise funds in such short duration. This is all sitting idle. Cannot us, the tourism industry and the humanitarian sector, marry in a way that we have a symbiotic relationship to take care of our destinations, to take care of the communities. And this is yet an unexplored opportunity. This marriage has to happen. The humanitarian sector, development sector and the tourism sector has to come together on a common platform. Not for charity, not for CSR, not for philanthropy, for our own survival, for our destination survival. Now let me very quickly take you through a small experience from the last 2 weeks. The slide that you see here, this is based from an experience we had in Cochin. 2 weeks ago, we had a massive fire in a waste mismanagement center near Cochin. We had no clue what was happening. I had travelers coming in, I had children coming from Bangalore, visiting Kochi, Muziris Minale. What do I tell my travelers? What do I talk to the community? Because there's no scientific data available, authorities were not really so transparent and accountable. So we reached out to our friends in the tourism industry and we told them, could you please fill in these Google forms and let us know what you're experiencing. Now the map that we plotted here, it was plotted by Equinox, our scientific partners who source information from the community and WebCRS technology. It took only 30 minutes for us to do this. By reaching out to about 1,000 people, 1,000 responders, my small business actually saved about 4 lakhs in a day. Knowing where to move my travelers, where not to move my travelers. So what I'm saying is, this partnership between multiple sectors, it's good for business. You can save money, you have a good ROI, but at the same time, you can create better places for people to live. If there is no better place for people to live, how are you going to do business? So it's perfect. Now, as I said earlier, this multiple sector partnership that makes a lot of financial sense. Now, next slide please. Now, this is a platform that we launched at ITB Berlin last week to bring together tourism, development and the humanitarian sector so that we can all work together. So if this idea is any exciting for people sitting here, please feel free to sign up. We will let you know where we are and how we are taking this forward. You can actually scan it. Now, my last 30 seconds, a video of a very small intervention we did as a travel company in the battle for climate crisis. A lot of fishers in the coastal areas, as Naveen was talking about, they are facing the challenges of climate crisis affecting their livelihood directly.
It is usually done at marriages, at functions, at temple functions, and they are here with us. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Come on. நீங்க ஒரு அழகா சிரிச்சு நம்ம கூட கொண்டாடுறதுக்காக நன்றி. Did you all enjoy the performance?
I just wanted to also highlight the fact that this is very unusual. We usually would have liked to go to their village and see them in their own, atmosphere. But we had to invite them here because we didn't have much of a choice. So this is a big thank you to them that they came all the way for us. All of them. They belong to the local Toda community, as many of you already know. And every single person is wearing something that they've handmade themselves. Each of those things and every element that you see on their shawls, it means something. In fact, I want to share this with you that we were toying with the idea of looking at some of these elements and integrating them in maybe the decor in some way, but we couldn't dare because we didn't know if we would end up offending, and we didn't have somebody who we could have spoken to, and we didn't want to appropriate, but it was a revelation because we spent days looking at all the motifs, what a mountain signifies, every single element on their shawls signifies something. So I wish I had the knowledge to share with all of you, but just the fact that they have come here at some point in the 1960s, they say there were only 800 people in the community. It had dwindled, and even today there are a very small group of people who are still holding on to. Change is inevitable, as we all know, but they're still holding on to what they really value and they take pride in. So there were some of them in tears when we spoke to them earlier today, when they came here because they felt so happy that we invited them. We should be the ones in tears saying thank you to them. So thank you so much. Thank you so very much.
Nandri. Keep those claps going, everyone. Keep those claps going as they walk down the stage. Because it takes a lot to come up here and perform in front of all of you. The energy in the room, but to brush off the post-food coma and rustle up some more energy in this room, we would like to take a breakout into 4 sessions on creating value destinations. One can never underestimate the value of collective wisdom. So, we invite every attendee at the summit to join one of these 4 breakout clusters to share their inputs on the 5 challenges and 5 opportunities in each of these subsectors of travel. The Outlook team hopes to share and build upon these suggestions in the upcoming weeks. Leading to these breakout sessions with us today are Frida Maria, GSTC India Working Group on Certification and Standards. Done that on urban tourism. And Amitabha Bhattacharya, founder and director BanglaNatak.com on intangible cultural heritage. Mr. Gopinath for showing us how we can build value and resilience through tourism. Another issue that is also focus on the vulnerabilities and risks that the local communities involved directly or indirectly in tourism are exposed to. To lead the conversation on this critical subject of safeguarding women and children in tourism, may I please invite on stage Ms. Malika Birti, former Sarpanch Sarpulli Jayanti Munsiari, and C.B. Ramkumar, Vice Chair Global Sustainable Tourism Council, up on stage.
we are nearly as many men as women in this hall, nearly, not quite. If you look at the tourism industry itself, a lot of women have come into the industry today. And I come to you and speak to you from a different vantage point. I know that we have this language where we talk about bottom-up. Somewhere we presume that they're of what they're in, even within the tourism industry. So I represent a community-based tourism enterprise, which is run by women because hospitality comes naturally to us. It's a homestay program, but it's not only women. While we talk about sustainability, while we employ a lot more women within the industry, while a lot more women are also traveling, I think it's also time to have a closer look at what's actually going on. Any industry that does not allow or plan for a dignified and secure environment to work in can have its challenges, and both Ram and I are here to talk about at least flag some of the issues that we think are very important, that we should actually be paying greater attention to. So Ram, what do you feel, are the biggest challenges? Because while we talk about tourism, of course it's something that brings in livelihoods, it also brings in imports development, but what is the flip side? What is the underbelly that we need to be thinking about? What is your perception?
Yeah, so it's so wonderful to talk about and celebrate all the right things about tourism. And we do that adequately. But sometimes I feel we only do that because it's comfortable to talk about all the nice parts of tourism. How it generates employment, how it adds to the GDP of a country, how it involves community. All that is fantastic. How it promotes culture, social issues, and it does all that, of course. Tourism does all that. But there are aspects, like you rightly said, that we're not comfortable speaking about. And every time I do a training program anywhere in the world, the moment I start talking about the underbelly of tourism, the negative social aspects of tourism, everybody wants to switch off because it's uncomfortable. It's not something we want to hear about when we're celebrating. But I always say we need to take time off to acknowledge this, that there is this dark underbelly side of tourism. And most tourism practitioners, because they don't want to talk about it, they ignore it, they shut it out. But it still happens under our very nose. And this is something that we need to start to acknowledge. I'm so glad we're having this conversation. So there are in various parts of the world, there are various aspects, various ways it's being tackled. One of the biggest challenges in tourism is human trafficking and sexual exploitation. Sexual exploitation of women and children, and human trafficking of women and children. These are the 4 areas of tourism that are rampant, and they are literally happening under our own eyes, but we're not able to see that. It's getting even worse in places where tourism is in isolation. Rural parts of India, rural parts of anywhere in the world, where you have isolated units sprinkled around. That's a magnet for this kind of activities to happen. And some sectors are doing something about it. For example, in the United States, the airline sector, they launched a program called Eyes in the Skies, where they trained the stewards in an aircraft to watch out for and be alert to human trafficking. If you notice, whenever you enter an aircraft, you usually have a steward or stewardess standing in the door of the aircraft, welcoming you. and they say that same welcoming message to every single passenger who comes in. They look you in the eye and they say, "You're welcome to whichever the airline that is," right? And I always wonder, do you have to say to everybody, "It's okay, we feel welcome, why don't you kind of relax?" And that's when I discovered that they are trained to do this. Because if a traveler coming into an aircraft is not able to meet their eyes, is not able to engage their eyes, and they look down, there may be something wrong. The moment they alert themselves to that, they start to observe the passenger in the aircraft to see what the behavior is. And there are various processes that they go through when they've been trained to identify human trafficking, and there have been a few instances where they've actually been able to save young girls and boys being trafficked. What is it we are going to do in tourism is a question we all need to ask ourselves. But yes, Malika, you're right. There is this underbelly of tourism we don't want to talk about, but it's time we start that conversation.
And that's what brings me to this whole thing of, how proactive are we? I mean, I come from the state of Uttarakhand, and our government is doing a great job in marketing our area, in ensuring that we get higher footfall. But I do want to today speak to you about a very unfortunate incident, and I do this in memory of this young girl called Ankita Bhandari. I know it's an uncomfortable story, not a story we'd like to be remembering at a time like this. She was a young 19-year-old girl who stepped out of her village to earn a livelihood, became a receptionist, and was murdered. This happened last year in September, and it was essentially the outrage within society that brought, that didn't let it be yet another death. My question is, are we proactively preventing such incidents from happening? When they do happen, what is our response? When it's the adventure industry, we talk about a knee-jerk response of, imposing a ban. When, there's an unfortunate death like this, it's a cover-up. Will the girl get justice? How many other young women will go down that road while we promote tourism? So the question is it not our responsibility as a tourism industry to insist on safeguards, to ensure that people who are working within the tourism industry, women, not just including them, because nowadays it's become fashionable to say, all the women employed in our hotels are women. Yes, of course, because a lot more women travelers have money, and if you have women at the front desk, women in a hotel, you feel more secure. But what are the working conditions? What are the safety conditions? What are the pay issues? And also, do we have a committee, a local complaints committee? After the Ankita Bhandari incident in Uttarakhand, we did a fact-finding report from across the country, and most of the hotels did not have prevention of sexual harassment at the workplace committees. So should we not, as a responsible industry, be asking for that? Another thing with rural tourism, and I think this is something that we have so many 20 states represented here. And Union territories, we're inviting guests right into our homes when we do home stays. In a hotel, the public and the private space is different. Your family is not living with you in the hotel. But here you're inviting absolute strangers into a rural community that does not know how to navigate that space, the market space. What are we doing? Are we preparing women and children within those communities to adequately deal with somebody that they are in a monetary relationship? It's a transaction. They come in there for experiences. So what do you feel, Grant? Is there scope? Is there hope? Are we prepared?
Are we prepared? No. Is there scope and hope? Yes, of course. But it all starts with a hoteliers and destination managers first even acknowledging the existence of this dark side of tourism. It starts from there because we don't. Only when we acknowledge that, and tour operators included, of course, only when we acknowledge that we start to tell ourselves, okay, now what do we do about it? Now let's for a minute tell ourselves that we've acknowledged it and say, yes, we want to do something about it as an industry. There's a lot we can do. Much like the example I gave of the airline industry in the US. We can train our front office staff. We can train our taxi drivers and our cab drivers. We can train our guides. We can train people in the destinations to look out and be alert to this issue. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are enough organizations globally who have these training modules available. BeResponsibleTraveler.com is one of them. ECPAT is very active in India. They are another organization. And there are lots of organizations which will give you enough material so that you can sensitize your staff. Guests are checking in. You see it's a couple. For them just to sensitize the staff as to make a very quick judgment. We're not here to play the moral police. That's not the intention. Just to make a quick, alert in your mind. Does everything seem okay with these people? Stuff like that will go a long way in preventing human trafficking and sexual exploitation. That's on one side. So yes, definitely, Malika, there are things we can do as an industry. The other part of it is rural tourism, like you said. About 7-8 years ago, I did a training program for the Homestay Association of Coorg. This whole homestay business kicked off there very rapidly, quite early in India. There are about 300 homestay associations who are registered homestay associations. They invited me. And I said, what's this deal about registered and unregistered? Because there's a lot of talk saying, oh, those guys are not registered. We are registered. And I was shocked when they told me there were another 3,000 homestays which are unregistered. And in none of those homestays are the families staying there. It's just become a business because the homestay policy is so kind of lax. So you have people who have homes, they call it a homestay, and guests are invited to come and stay there. Now remember, this is in the boondocks, in the middle of a coffee estate somewhere in the pool. There's nobody else around. Those places have now become like a adda. Okay, guys who go there for a drinking party, fine. But then, what else happens there? We have no visibility. In a hotel with 20 rooms, 30 rooms, 100 rooms, when somebody walks into the lobby, there are people there, they notice, so people are a little more careful in engaging in unlawful and nefarious activities. But in an isolated homestay, in the middle of nowhere, in isolated homes in rural India, there is no oversight at all. We have no idea what can happen. And like you rightly said, we're inviting these people into your homes if the family is living there, and the risks are heavy. All we need is 1 or 2 or 3 of these incidents which have already happened. But if that starts to increase, then we're talking about great damage being done to the industry, which we don't want to happen, right? So it's a question of what are we going to do now to ensure that in these isolated patches, and like you said, there are 20 states here, I don't know how many people from governments are sitting here today, to be alert to this fact that while homestays and rural tourism is fantastic when it comes to tourism, because the experience a guest gets when they go to a homestay or to a rural household is amazing. Interacting with the local families, and the local families are there. The cultural exchanges, the social exchanges, invaluable. Those experiences are worth its weight in gold. But we also need to tell ourselves that there is this possibility of this sector being misused for issues relating to human child trafficking or human child exploitation, sexual exploitation. We need to be alert to this. Not to put a dampener on the development model, homestays or tourism, but we need to be aware of this also. And what are we going to do from a policy perspective about this? We can do a lot from an awareness and training perspective. Government of India launched the Safe and Honorable Tourism with this in mind. So we have this whole issue of safe and honorable tourism. It's a fantastic initiative, I believe. Where is it today? And how many people in rural India are aware that we have to be careful? You know, when we get this year, we need to do some more of checking. How much of that is happening is what is a question we need to ask ourselves.
Yeah, so because this is a challenge and we've been, doing homestays and community tourism for the past 20 odd years, one way that we've kind of tried to deal with it is by not working as isolated, individual homestays, because then where is your safety net? Hotels have associations. Homestays typically are individual homes that are, either looking for their own clients. That unless you collectivize, and I think a lot of our earlier speakers spoke about the sense of pride, the sense of ownership, and that's not just a pride in your own home, but in your community, in the destination. And that collectivization process brings in the safety net. For instance, in our village, it's, we are so aware of the power gradient. If you have a village home and somebody drives up in a fancy SUV, gets out, leaves their bags and says, "Here, pick them up," and the homestay owners are a little, they say, we can judge a guest by the way they deal with us as soon as they get off the gadi. If they say, "Ye hamare bags hain, utha lo," what kind they are and how you're going to deal with it for the next week or 5 days. Oftentimes these people, when they leave, will pick up their own bags and go to their vehicles because they've got the message. So our message is simple, that you're the owner of your home. Tumhara ghar, mera mahal hai. So the power gradient has to be secure. It's not just the person who comes in with the money that calls the shots. It's not an easy thing to say and do because we're a class and caste-driven society. We have to recognize that. And tourism is about consumption and who can pay and who can get what services. So what we do to be able to combat that is to say it's our home, it's our sense of pride, our sense of ownership. One. Second, a solidarity network, that if something goes wrong, you have someone to turn to. The police and the state come later. But first of all, acknowledge, collectivize, and within the community, we are there 100%. We're not going to doubt, we're not going to question. If somebody says that somebody misbehaved with a child or a woman or a neighbor, we take that for what it is and then deal with it together. I think this shift is very important, and this comes back to this whole thing of communities as though grassroots communities working somewhere unorganized, unaware. Not true. Communities are well capable of it. I think we have to change the lens with which we view communities. That's one side.
I agree completely. In fact, on my resort, I had an experience where I had this child, came in a fancy car, it's much older, and he had this much younger lady friend with him, and they checked him and everything was fine. But whenever he came to the restaurant, he used to misbehave so badly with this lady. In a sense, little short of kicking her under the table or hitting her. We reached a stage where our resort, we have a lot of families who come there, and everybody was getting a little uncomfortable. So I called him, I sat him down and I said, "Listen, it's none of my business who you are with, but your behavior in public spaces is not acceptable. I'm sorry." He got quite upset. Of course, he threw rank on me. I think he was some big shot of some big company, whatever. And he said, I'm paying top dollars, I'm staying here for 3 nights, and who the hell are you to say whatever you have to say? And I literally told him, I'm sorry, you have to leave my resort. This is my resort, I have the right to throw whoever I want, a full refund will be given, leave my resort now. By then his driver had gone back, I said, no problem, don't call your driver, I will arrange a cab for you. Get that hell out of my place. Now, it's very very difficult, you're right, Aditi Devo Baba. We have this hanging over our heads. It's very difficult for us when we see guests to sort of be firm with guests. You know, I've had prominent hoteliers, CGH, Jose Dominic once tell me, we always say the customer is king, and he says, no way, the customer is not king for me. For him it was, you know, the world, his whole staff, his whole ambience, his space he's created. And that's what I tell myself. The space I have created on my resort, that's too precious to be tarnished. So eventually I had to tell this person, listen, do whatever you want in your privacy in your home, not in public spaces. And it was like a good solid finger waving. And I was able to do that because I lived there and I was able to see how many people can do that, you know, in small places where we're desperate for business, revenues coming in, post-COVID, you know. What do you do in a situation that becomes a dilemma, but it needs to be dealt with?
But I think what you've said is so important. I mean, if I'm the head of my household, it's my job to make sure that people within my home are safe. And of course, I want to earn and I want to be economically strong. I feel the same way our states and our governments are responsible for the kind of tourism they bring into the state. You know, there is this rush right now to compete and to use tourism as a development tool. If anything, you know, we've understood with the lockdown that this is no magic wand. Tourism, like any other form of industry, has its good sides and its bad sides. And I think that oversight has to be brought in by the state. State governments are responsible for the kind of tourism we promote in each of our states. Is it just the number of footfalls? Is it high-end tourism? Is it a mix of both? And most of all, are we making sure that the people who lived there before the tourists came, whose homes it is, whose communities they are, whose landscape resources they are, that, you know, those people are respected. We were talking, I mean, about this whole thing about tourism and development and the environment. I think it's a false debate because, you know, people say, Vikas ke saath vinash aayega hi. You know, with development, there will be destruction. I think the important question to ask is, whose development and whose destruction? Who pays the cost and who looks after that resource? So for me, there is no dilemma. The development is important, but the priority should be of the people in my home, in my community, in my state.
Absolutely. You know, I was with Outlook a few months ago. We were in Tura, in Meghalaya, and this is what I told, you know, the Secretary of Tourism was there, Dr. Sangma was there, saying that Tura, the ambition is to develop homestays. And the West Garo Hills are, my God, it's beautiful. God's own country. What we, you know, not just talking about Kerala here, but it is so beautiful. And they were so excited, you know, about developing homestays. And I was there giving them a cautionary note, saying, be careful. Please develop the homestays sector. Please develop it fully so people benefit. While you do it, be aware of what you are doing. Be aware of the safeguards you need to put in place. Because only when you do that at a planning stage, at a policy stage, will it hold. It will not hold otherwise. I was in Thailand doing a training program for Thailand. Thailand has launched this massive program on wanting the entire Thailand to become a sustainable destination. And they are working very hard, spending millions of dollars doing it. Thai people in general are the most hospitable people. You know, their service orientation is so fantastic. And when I was doing the training program, I was saying that this is what you have, which is your strength, your ability to serve. Yet, unfortunately, the image of Thailand has been tarnished. Everybody goes there for sex tourism, right? So I was telling them, no, you need to steer the ship away to what you are well known for. And this is the example that I talk about when I talk about developing homestays, developing rural tourism. Develop it, but once your image gets tarnished and bad words spread very quickly, like Vaibhav said earlier, bad news travels fast. Once that starts to get on, then trying to change the course of the ship is very, very difficult. So we need to, at the beginning itself, keep this in mind. While development happens, and I completely agree with you, development can happen, they can come on all aspects of the system.
Agree. I just want to share a story that we share with our village folk. When we talk about tourism and we get excited and see possibility. So I say it in Hindi as we say it, it's like पर्यटन तो एक बर्तन जैसे है, गर्म पानी है, little frogs swimming around in it, नीचे आग जली हुई है. Initially पानी ठंडे में से गुनगुना होता है, मजेदार होता है, पर कब पानी उबलने लग जाए उसके साथ आप भून जाओ, वो एक समझदारी रखनी बहुत ज़रूरी है. So with tourism, we all know that it is something that we all are in, earn our livelihoods from it, see a lot of potential, but without looking out for especially those who are vulnerable and do not know how to navigate those spaces. I don't think women are not smart and can't navigate, it's just that they're not in the marketplace right now and don't have the skill sets and are vulnerable. So to protect them is our business. It's equally our business to make sure that tourism does not get a bad record.
Fully agree with you. It's always a pleasure chatting with you, even on an unpleasant subject like this.
All the encouragement you need to build upon the work that you've already been doing through this fellowship program. Let's give it up for everybody. And now, we present before you a discussion on making travel more inclusive. How can we make high-value, low-impact tourism more inclusive? How can we build upon new innovative ideas that are better for the local communities and the environment? How can we adapt better as destinations to rise in the number of travelers? We pose these questions and more to practitioners who are already thinking laterally about these issues. May I please welcome on stage Dr. B. Chandramohan, IAS Principal Secretary Tamil Nadu Tourism to join us on the stage. Ms. Priya Vishwanathan, GM, Amastays and Trails, IHCL. Mr. Vijay Prabhu, Founder, Little Earth Group Ooty. Ms. Habiba Fatima, Conservation Educator, Keystone Foundation and Nilgiri Natural History Society. And Project Direct Editor, Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative to steer up the conversation today. Please make your way to the stage.
what is the future that you envision for Tamil Nadu, especially in the context of responsible tourism and growth in the number of tourists?
Thank you so much. Thank you all for this wonderful event, and we are happy to host all of you in this wonderful hill station of the Nilgiris, which also essentially the hill station capital of the state. It not only attracts a large number of people from the state of Tamil Nadu, but also from Karnataka and Kerala. So, ecotourism, or more specifically hill station tourism, is one of the pillars of tourism in Tamil Nadu, and so is religious, spiritual or heritage tourism, whatever you would like to call it. So, just like our management principles, if we are able to take care of these two sectors, I think by and large our agenda for responsible tourism is by and large taken care of. Now, when we talk about sustainable tourism, essentially when we talk about ecotourism, it is very essential that the ecology of a place is not overwhelmed by tourism in so much, in such a manner that it ceases to be an attraction in itself. So that is a challenge that we are currently facing in the Nilgiris. The number of people which initially used to be only a summer destination has now grown to be a year-long destination. So one of the few things that we are doing is, most of the tourism tends to get concentrated around the cities of towns of Ooty and Kunur. So essentially creating a lot of traffic congestion, development, also a lot of emissions and etc. So the state government has now come up with a strategy to essentially promote the whole of the Nilgiris district as an ecotourism destination. What exactly does this mean? The first thing that happens is there will be concentration of tourism in one or two places. It will be decentralized. It will also not be entirely corporate, hotel, commercial driven. There will be a livelihood component and a local community involvement component, where we sort of promote decentralized tourism in terms of homestays and better breakfast and things like that. Essentially because when people come to a place, they not only want to see what the place looks like, but they also want to enjoy and get a feel of the local life. So this is a broad strategic change that we are doing. Today morning, we just also were trying to understand what other places we can actually develop within the district so that all people do not congregate in one place. So we actually went down to a place called Udugur, from where most of the people from Karnataka and Kerala enter the Nilgiris. We have found some excellent sites and we propose to develop them in a big manner. Another important strategy that we are following now is Nilgiris is famous for three things. One is mountains, tea, and then of course the Nilgiris famed blue flowers. So we have so much of tea estates in this place and even in Tamil Nadu. So we are trying to promote plantation tourism in a big way. So essentially what it means is that in a large area, plantation tourism, as plantations have bungalows and accommodations which are there already. So these will be modified and made suitable for people for coming and staying. Then they enjoy the ambience, they get to know how tea is plucked, they get to know how the tea is manufactured. They generally enjoy the birds chirping, the elephants wandering, the bisons coming around, go for a trek, watch some birds, laze around, read a book. All in all, very low ecological impact tourism and very sustainable tourism is what we are promoting. And essentially, all these are also high value tourism. This also becomes inclusive in a sense that it provides local communities an opportunity to be part of the entire tourism ecosystem. It gives them opportunities for livelihoods, it gives them opportunities for economic growth, and at the same time, we have different packages and different levels of accommodation available. So from the budget tourist to a very high-end tourist, everybody is able to get a piece of his own heaven on earth. I mean, these are broadly the classifications that we are doing. At a policy level, what the government has done is it has made it possible for all these plantation tourism places to be functioning either under a homestay kind of a guideline or a better breakfast guideline. depending upon what is applicable. Similarly, there were some policy opacities that were there of whether a plantation can and could do tourism as an activity. That has been removed and that has been enabled. So from policy level initiatives to infrastructure to enabling and giving incentives to these sectors, these are some of the initiatives that we in Tamil Nadu Tourism have taken to promote ecotourism and plantation tourism in the region.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that, sir. And I think some of this might sound like music to your ears, Priya. I just wanted to ask you that you're also exploring a model which is similar to what Mr. Mohan just described. So can you tell us why you're doing what you're doing, and what do you want to show the presentation? Could that be yours?
First, thank you to Arthur and to you for inviting me here. I'm actually seeming like a very sole person here because I'm from a corporate. Unlike all of you who seem to be leaders in your own right and doing some amazing work, so I'm extremely humbled. But I think the reason for me to be continuing with my organization is because we believe in sustainability. It's a Tata's, and I think you all will support me with that. I'd like to thank you, sir, because we've been trying to come into Ningiris for the last 4 years. But I think recently you redone your policy on the licensing, and that's how we just recently opened 2 of our bungalows. So just to tell you what we are all about, I represent a brand of IHCL which is Amma Stays and Trades. Amma, really the name came from at home in Sanskrit. And we are a corporate, as you know, and we take people's houses which we manage for them. So we do have several houses from the House of Tatas, like from Tata Coffee, from Tata Power, from Kanandevan, but there are also a lot of individuals who have given us their houses. So we have 2 individuals who have given us their houses which we opened in Kunur, and some more to open. When you're talking about inclusivity, I think the reason why we came into this business, and I would say that it's also about making money. So we saw an opportunity here which came just as a fruit to IHCL, where Tata Coffee was running homestays, and it was like, why is the coffee company running homestays which should come to IHCL? So that's how it really came into us. We started with 9 bungalows on 1st of March 2019. Today we have 66 bungalows across. The typical homestay survival room, we never agreed with it because operationally it was not working. Most of you who are running your homestays out here, you run it yourself, you can manage it. In my case, I sit in Bangalore and we manage the homestays. So yes, we have the power of our company because we've got hotels across, and we have brought in the hub and spoke model with which we manage these homestays. While putting the whole value proposition for this model, one of the pillars and one of the essence was responsible tourism. And it was really important that wherever we go, we don't harm the environment, we work with the environment. And what we really learned in each of the spaces was, I think I'm a very proud Indian, but when I've seen that we go to every individual space, things just change around. That's our country. It could be the jaggery, it could be the way you do your waste management, it could be the way you wear a sari and the way you make your biryani. So we're really trying to bring that about life at every one of our bungalow. It's important for us that we showcase it to people who come around. We're talking about sustainability, we're talking about, we should do this, but the tourists who come in many times don't believe in it. I don't know how much we can train them or tutor them, but yes, your policies make a lot of difference. So if you're walking into, driving up onto the Kunur, you're not allowed to take plastic. That's brilliant because, it forces many one of us to not do things which we are so used to. We're used to that plastic bottle in our hand. So everybody out here carries a glass bottle. The other way that we looked at inclusivity, of course, is that we want to ensure yes, water in all bungalows in Amma. We only serve house water. We can't stop people, so they want to have bottled water, they have to pay for it. A small deterrent, we don't charge the hotel prices, but yes, we make them pay for The other thing that we do is to make sure that the individual who's coming is getting to learn about the location. So, it's about local food, local vegetables, and as far as possible to have locals working with us. Because they work with us, the individual, the tourist who's coming is able to learn about the location. And we really encourage, as far as possible, people from the surrounding areas to be hired. And of course, it's about the culture. So how do we rejoice with the local festivals, to talk about the local stories, and as I keep looking out for partners, like we have a few of them out here, who can actually be the storytellers for our guests. So I will not say that we're doing a lot of work on the ground like a lot of you, but we're trying to make that difference through a branded homestay to showcase India, and to showcase India in its entirety of the micro destinations where it might be difficult to even build a lot of those infrastructures. But yes, our bungalows are all at drivable places close to an IHCL hotel, and we need a lot of support from the government to help us with certification, because being a Tata company can't run it without a license. We need to have a license. Many places we really struggle with that. We struggle with also running operations in a particular way, because there are certain things which are made difficult because we're a corporate. Homestay as such is meant for individuals who are owners living in their houses. So there needs to be, if you're looking at plantation tourism, there are planters who do not want to run the homestay themselves. Yes. Yes, but that doesn't happen in all states. It doesn't happen. So yes, you have done it, and that's why, first of all, I said thank you so much for what you've done. The center, of course, gives you the bed and breakfast license, but it's not applicable in all states. So that's definitely a challenge for us.
We've included bed and breakfast for this particular purpose, and specifically mentioned that plantation is included. And just to make it more simpler, we have got the entire process online, and we also have third-party inspection agencies who actually go and do the inspection and give us a report. So you don't have to wait for people to come in. Thank you.
Yes, you've been very good at it. Thank you so much. Fabulous. So I think one thing that sort of emerges as a thread here to my mind is the fact that here are people who are taking existing structures and creating accommodation options. Because for the longest time, I think when we spoke about tourism, and we still do this, we talk about tourism development, first thought that comes to mind is build. And here there are, the government is taking an initiative, as a corporate, you're taking an initiative of looking at what already exists and making it better. And maybe I should come to Mr. Prabhu first, because that's exactly what you do as well. Heritage and is a very big part of your chain of hotels. Can you tell us a little bit about your hotel, especially since you operate largely in this landscape? We'd love to know.
Good evening, everyone. We basically brand under the name Little Earth. To tell you about us, basically we run a few properties in and around Ooty. We also have something at Bandipur and Karnataka. So when we talk about sustainability, right? So one of the things what we do is we work very, very closely with nature. The first thing we do when we go into a place is we document the entire flora and fauna. So any of our properties, if you come in, we have naturalists there, and the entire flora, fauna is all documented, and it's documented to a very, very high level. Then we figure out how we're going to work. So what we've done is, like, we've created one property which is called Destiny. It's a farm stay. And basically what we've done is, it's a complete working farm. We have 60 acres of intensive cultivation that happens. We grow vegetables, different types of vegetables. We have a dairy farm. We have horses. We have everything put together. What do we do with that? Again, one of the points which was there in the list which I saw was, high value, low impact, how do you make it more inclusive? So one thing which we sort of figured is, today the kids in schools, they don't have a back to basics. So I keep telling people, like, if you ask a kid in a city, where do you get milk from? He will not relate it to a cow. He will relate it to either Mother Dairy, or he will relate it to Arvind, or any one of those things. Not many of the kids have actually seen a cow being milked or actually felt a cow. Similarly, if you show them a carrot or a potato in the field, they will not be able to identify the carrot or potato in the field. So we came up with a very, very subsidized rate for school children, and we run a 3-day and a 5-day program for school children, where we get them and we work with the schools to put it as a part of their curriculum. So we take what they're studying, we add it as a part of the program, and we try to get them. So just to give you an example on that, on one of our sessions, we give them a 20 by 20 plot, and we tell them, listen, you need to poke the field, you need to clean it. A lot of them have not been touched, cow dung, they're like, ooh, this is terrible and all that, but we make them do it. And at the end of the day, we have an evaluation session. When we do the evaluation, you won't believe that's a 400 square feet plot. And we say, can you value your effort? You won't believe the lowest value we've got till date is 5,000 rupees. Others, everybody's like 50,000 one line. So when you look at what a farmer goes through, so I tell them, see, this is 1 day's job, the crop takes 3 months, 90 days. We're lucky 60 days on some crops, but otherwise 90 days. The farmer has to look after it all these days. Now, when you're quoted 5,000, if the farmer can get that 5,000 at the end of 3 months, he's very lucky. And that's why, because none of you all have value for the work and effort that a farmer puts in. So then the next question is, how many of you all waste food? And everybody's hand will go up. So I said, see, you're wasting food because you don't know the value of that. When you get a kg of potato for 20 or 30 rupees, you don't know the effort that has gone in. So what we do is we try to drive this message into the children. That's the way we do it. We don't have televisions in our rooms in that place. What we do is we try to make, because that's another thing which we see when we see families go in, they're all centered around television, they don't do activities together. So we moved a lot of the activities so that they can do the activities together. So it's a lot of outdoor, it's a lot of different things. Now, another thing which we've done is we've started in Ooty a farmer's market. So we've developed a lovely square called the Little Earth Square, where we have a cafe, we have a fine dine, we've even got a supermarket. And out there, we try to do it maybe once in 2 months, 3 months. We try to make it a fun event with some music. And the invitation is out, not a commercial establishment, but basically any housewife who makes a good pickle or a jam, or somebody who's got some handicrafts, we get them in there to put their stalls in. And we try to advertise and try to get some people to come in. So, in different ways, we are trying to actually push people to have a different experience, as well as try and make sure that whatever we do is very, very close with nature. We were one of the first, years and years ago, where we went completely off plastic. We're a high ARR property, but everybody is saying that you have to get the soaps in bottles, you're packing. We removed all of it. We just had dispensers. We just moved out of it. We put in an RO plant, just the bottles, that's it. Everything but plastic was completely gone.
Wonderful. I think, again, the conversations that we've had today have highlighted another very critical aspect, which is something that we've been aware of for the longest time. That we might create these beautiful models, but do we have an audience for it? Are we investing enough to create the audience for it? Interestingly, somebody today in one of the breakout sessions pointed this out and said that, in inbound travel, every traveler these days is an auditor. So we should be able to create that in the domestic tourism circuits as well. So domestic travelers should also be people who themselves understand what that means. So, Habiba, you're a conservation educator, you work with Keystone, this is your habitat, your landscape. Tell us a little bit about what your experience has been on the ground in the Nilgiris as a conservation educator.
So, full disclaimer, I don't come from a tourism industry. So, where I come is between the tourism industry and the tourist. So, we're an NGO. So, I work with two NGOs actually. One is Keystone Foundation as an ecologist, and with its sister organization, the Nilgiri Natural History Society, as a conservation educator. So, on ground, often at times, like Shweti just said, after COVID, there has been revenge tourism. And with the demand increasing, there are a lot of people building more resorts. And which is why I'm really thankful to the person sitting next to me here, is to use existing infrastructure to create habitable places. Because when it's a very wrong thing to say, but I think over time we've already cleared off the grasslands and the forests here in the Nilgiris to create these tea estates. But now we're clearing these tea estates to build infrastructure, proper cemented buildings, which then, restricts movement of wild animals. This is one problem that we address. We do a lot of restoration. So we remove invasive plants and we plant native species around the forests and around the tea estates. Because now, through a 4-year study that we have done on animal movement within the Nilgiris, we have identified that animals live mostly within the tea estates itself. So now, if you clear the tea estates and build proper infrastructure, eventually the animal is going to just come in your house. So that's where the conflict and negative interactions happen. And to solve these interactions, negative interactions, and make them positive, we do a lot of community-based conservation and education. So this is where we come in. We do a lot of trainings, capacity buildings for the local community there to become naturalists. So here, when we train them, we also train them in a very ethical way. Because often at times when tourists come flooding into the Nilgiris especially, what happens is that they carry these big lenses, the zoom lenses, and the photography, especially wildlife photography industry, is booming. And people come in with these large lenses and encroach into forest. The forest is a protected area and it's restricted for humankind because of a certain reason. And you encroach this place and you carry these large lenses and you intrude into the personal space of the animal. So how we treat the community members is to become naturalists in a very ethical way. So what also happens is, people use baiting to do photographs. They put in snares, they put in a lot of other interventions which then captures the animal to then help them guide other people to take a photograph of that animal. So we teach ethical photography and we create ethical naturalists, if you can call that. But also, we also conduct nature trails and trekking experiences for people, and also cultural experiences along with the indigenous communities. That's what I basically do as a conservation educator.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. I'm not an ageist, but I'm really tempted for the last 5 minutes I've been saying, should I not? So she's perhaps one of the youngest people in the room, and I've been really inspired in the few conversations that we've had so far, just to have her here. We've had a fabulous interaction. So, so those of us who say that, the young don't know how to appreciate nature, they don't know how to travel, etc., I think it's the other way around. It's the older generation. Yeah. Sorry? Yes, thank you. So thank you, Habiba, for that. We have a shortage of time, but I just want to go around once again to ask all of you, if there's one solution, I know that you've already explored with me, something that you think could make travel more inclusive and and reduce the impact of on destinations. What is that one solution, sir? In your case, I would actually like to ask you about spiritual tourism. It's such a it's such an emotional subject. Is there something that you have tried that is working for you?
Everything else, we estimate that about 6 to 8 lakh people come and have visit to most of the temples that are available in Tamil Nadu. In fact, just the Department of HRNC oversees the management of more than 42,000 temples. The department has basically tried to make the experience better. Almost all of these temples are heritage structures. More than 500 of these temples are more than 1,000 years old. More than 10,000 of these temples are more than 100 years old. So the department has actually taken up a huge amount of work to conserve, protect and maintain these temples as heritage that has been handed over to us and which we in turn hand over to future generations. The infrastructure, the amenities, they are being enhanced, improved over a large amount of time. But one thing that actually really bothers the tourists when it comes to a pilgrim town is lack of proper accommodation. Now, the option is to go in for whatever is commercially available or go in for a temple rest house which may or may not be well maintained. So, people also are not very comfortable going into an unknown place, staying in non-branded accommodation. They don't know whether it is good, bad, safe, whatever. So TTDC and the department have come up with a unique initiative where they have taken over temple guest houses and are now being professionally managed and will be available to tourists or pilgrims at a very reasonable price. Three properties in fact are now currently operational. In Rameshwaram it is more than 120 bed property. Tiruvannamalai also it is about 110 bed property. And Kanchipuram is about a 30 or 40 bed property. So this is basically one more step towards making this particular segment of tourism more inclusive. Provide decent, good accommodation to all sections of people. That's one. Second thing is make the whole experience of darshan and ritual and also worship more inclusive one by giving people access to people. And in fact, special arrangements are normally made for the physically challenged and the elderly who have really got a lot of problems in accessing these kind of things. So these are some of the things I think we do.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we've already addressed how we've been creating a model that is largely inclusive. Perhaps you could connect it to an existing network of hotels and how that is working. I think that would be the interesting thing to highlight. Because there are a lot of hotels, a lot of chains with the same resources that you have and the same variables, but they're not doing what you're doing. So perhaps you can inspire them.
Okay, I'm not going to inspire them because that's creating competition. But I think one thing I'd like to say, when you're talking about youngsters, today people would like to work for a company when they see you have a sustainability policy. And it's not a written policy, it's something which is happening. So this generation, I would like to be part of you. I think we believe in it, and there's nothing that, they would not move in if they don't. They'd rather come in at lower salaries, but they would like to see that this company is working not only ethically but doing something for the environment, the society. The other is the customer which is coming. They're also very, very keen to see what do you do out here. Otherwise, they don't want to be with you. So, while we feel tourists are spoiling the place and they're doing wrong things, but we do have people who are ready to even pay big bucks because you are doing the things right. So, if you're doing it right in your hotels and you're charging high rates, people are happy to do it because you're doing something right out there. If I would talk about what we've been able to achieve with this hub and spoke model is, I think it's more of efficiency of operations. We're not hiring expensive managers, an engineer, finance for running that little homestay. When we get a cluster also, it's managed by our hub team. So we're really running, it's more of an efficiency thing for us. And of course also because we bring in a lot, I think much better people who we can afford in a hotel, and maybe in a homestay, owners can do that, but when we are operating as corporate, it doesn't become the efficient. So that's what we're really trying to do. Thanks.
Viva, can you tell us, you work in a landscape where you belong. Are there others like you who are joining you, who are being a part of this conversation?
I am not that young. I'm just about quarter century. But I work with a lot more young children. When I go to schools and I tell them about conservation and about how they themselves in their backyard can find so much beauty in the form of nature, they are so intrigued. And when I go back again after a few days, these children would have recorded all of these birds and animals that would have come to their houses. And we have these green armies in each school that form registries of the flora and fauna that is around their houses, wherever they go, and even in their schools. And to an extent, in some of the schools that I work with, we have made proper field guides, resource material with just the registry that the children had made. So, it's a whole new generation that is looking forward to sustainability, that's looking forward to ethical ways of tourism, and that is willing to put in extra bucks, extra effort, and a lot of extra other things to learn. And I think that is where we have to start, by teaching or giving back to the youngsters is what I think we have to start with.
Fantastic suggestion. We'll take you up on it. We'll go and follow you around at least to see how it's working. Mr. Prabhu, is there something specifically, a solution that has worked for you? Since we have to wrap up, something that has really worked well for you in this landscape, and you've seen that somebody who walked in, through your doors without necessarily being someone who was exposed to the idea of responsible tourism, responded very well to it. Is there something like that you can highlight?
See, basically, most of our places, like I said, we do it very differently. We're not the typical commercial hotel. Ours is a lot more on experience. But I'm going to, before I come into that, since Mr. Chandramohan here, I'm just going to give a little bit of a suggestion of, when we're talking about, is to actually see and study what is the capacity of each town or city in terms of tourism. Today, I think when anybody takes a holiday, the holiday is actually out of their day-to-day routine. They're looking forward to it. It's a break. Now, when the capacity is surpassed, and I can tell you this happens in Ooty also, then it's not a holiday for you. It's a lot of agony because you get stuck in traffic for 2 hours, 3 hours. It's not manageable. So then it becomes a little bit of an issue. So when I think the government is involved and they're doing, I know it's a tough ask, but if something can be done in terms of directing towards capacity and saying, and limiting, people who stay over, maybe visit, whatever, apart from the residents, I think that will go a long way in enhancing each place and the experience in each place. So I'll tell you, so in terms of what we've done, we don't have televisions in the rooms, right, what I've told you, and we normally have, when there's a long stay, because I categorize tourists or guests into 2 types of guests. One type of guest who'll come in, who'll say, oh, it's a fabulous view, and half an hour later he says, so what can I do? And someone will say, can you just give me a chair or a knock, I'd like to read a book. So when there is a long stay, more than 3 days, and it, 5 days or a week, then our antenna goes up and then we're telling them, are you sure you want to stay? Because generally we found people want to move. So we had the CFO of Boston Consulting who had booked for a week. So immediately we reached out to him and everything, and then he came back, he said, no, I want to be there, everything, so it was fine. And it just so happened that I was there when, on the first day that he checked in, and about an hour or 2 later he was in a huff, with the GM, and so then I walked in and I said, what's the problem? So he says, listen, I've come for a holiday with my wife and daughter, and you don't have televisions in your room. So I said, yes, we don't have. So he says, listen, I traveled the whole year and I brought DVDs. You know, he showed about 20 DVDs. He says, you know, I watch these movies, I try to catch up. So I said, listen, this is not the place for that. We have a lot of activities. You can do a trek, you can go for a hack on the horse, you can do, you know, different activities, but these are all to be done as a family. So the choice is yours in terms of what you want to do. So he said, can I move to Ooty? I said, sure, if you want to, we have televisions. He said, okay, after 2 days. Didn't bring up anything. After 3 days, after 4 days. At the end of the week, I again happened to be there, and the daughter came to me. She was a lovely, curly, little haired girl who was maybe 8. She said, Uncle, I got to thank you because we've never had a holiday like this, and I've never spent time. And the gentleman came to me and he said, thank you, Vijay, because I didn't know a girl who's 8 has grown up so much, because this is invariably what I would do with any holiday.
What a heartening story to end this conversation on, to know that we can, okay, I don't want to use the word evangelize, because that's what we've been accused of for the longest time. It's only now that everybody, you know, beyond the scope of this room recognizes that all tourism should and can be responsible. So, you know, thank you so much for that story, and thank you so much for all telling us about all the solutions that you're exploring, because if you're leading, you're all leaders in your own, you know, in your own spaces, and we're all looking at you and hoping that others will follow the path that you're forging. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights. So when it comes to practicing sustainability, every bit counts. At the Outlook Group, it has been our endeavor over the past decade to incorporate it into our events, right from how we think and conceptualize our events to the actual logistics of it. Our events are completely free of single-use plastic. We encourage our guests to bring their own refillable bottles. We use FSC certified paper for printing out all our certificates. We rent our stage plans so that they can be reused multiple times. We print all our promotional material on sun fabric and canvas, both sustainable materials. The pie material made from grass and palm and used on the stage panels and standees is made by local artisans and reused. All our technical equipment is sourced locally, and most of our vendors are local to the region. We interrogate local cuisine in our endeavor to celebrate the diversity of the state. And well, we hope these initiatives inspire you to take.
We are all having a great stay in Ooty, Fernhill Palace, and of course our own Tamil Nadu. Can I have the presentation, please? I'm sure last year you must have heard me. I don't know how many of you are repeat participants in the summit, but I've slightly modified the presentation. I'll give you a glimpse of what is happening in Tamil Nadu and what all we are doing. So Tamil Nadu is a state, next. So Tamil Nadu is one of the top tourism destinations in the country. Consistently we have been ranking number 1 or number 2 in terms of both domestic and foreign tourist arrivals. So it's more than 80,000, home to more than 80,000 temples. Sir was mentioning HRNC department itself manages around 40,000 temples. There are more than 80,000 temples. That's why Tamil Nadu is very strong on spiritual tourism. Then we have 6 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, out of which 5 are cultural heritage sites. 1 is a natural heritage site. In fact, Nilgiris and all these Western Ghats fall under this UNESCO site. Second largest film industry, and we have various forms of folk arts and classical dance, Bharatanatyam. 15 wildlife sanctuaries, 5 national parks, now it is 17 bird sanctuaries and 5 tiger reserves. And traditional handicrafts and handlooms are also is what we have. This is all different various products we are offering. So I was mentioning in terms of tourist arrivals, so number of tourists who are visiting, consistently we have been ranked number 1 in domestic and number 1 or number 2 in foreign tourist arrivals over a period of time. So what makes Tamil Nadu special? We have very good connectivity. In fact, 4 international airports, 2 domestic airports, excellent road connectivity, connecting almost every corner of the state. Then we have rail network, seaports. So what is the tourism potential? Why is it very good, safe and secure? In fact, Tamil Nadu and Chennai have been consistently ranked as one of the safest city and safest state in the entire country. Excellent connectivity, various kind of tourism products, rich heritage and culture. Then we have various kind of tourism experiences. These are the different tourism segments. So in Tamil Nadu, we often say, except for snow-clad mountains and volcanoes, we offer everything else. We have around 1,000 kilometers long coastline. We have temples, spiritual tourism, then experiential tourism, eco tourism. You name it, we have it. Wellness tourism, art and culture, adventure. Every kind of tourism product is possible in Tamil Nadu. So, coming back to our topic, responsible and sustainable tourism, what we are focusing. Can you go back? One slide. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So these are the 4 pillars we are focusing on, and I just briefly touch upon each of them when I am talking about. Institutional framework, our policy is almost ready, and most of the policy, what the policy contains, touches upon various aspects of sustainable and responsible tourism. Then economic sustainability, socio-cultural sustainability, and environmental sustainability. Unless all the 4 pillars are properly taken care of, we think that it will not be properly sustainable or will not be responsible tourism. Next. I'll just give you a few case studies on what is happening in Tamil Nadu, some of the best practices in terms of responsible tourism. Can you go back? Some problem. Go back. One more. Yeah, next one. So one of the first 8 blue flag beaches in India is also in Tamil Nadu. One of them in the list is in Tamil Nadu, Kovalam Beach, not the Kovalam of Kerala. This is in ECR, very close to Chennai, on the way to Mahabalipuram. So for the second year, we have renewed the blue flag certification. I'm sure you all know about blue flag certification, I don't have to tell you. One of the toughest criteria to get, and sustainability parameters are all thoroughly checked before they give you certification. And we have been doing a very good job. Now tourism department is managing it. In fact, we involve all the locals there, all the fishermen there, various kind of activities happen. In fact, the beach is well known for water sports. Surfing is done on a daily basis there. That's one of the excellent locations for surfing. So a lot of fishermen, a lot of surfing schools are established at this beach. And people flock. You won't believe, somebody was mentioning that in order to maintain sustainable tourism and responsible tourism, we need to sometimes price it and make sure that it is maintained that way. So we charge the people who are coming here, in fact, for parking and for entering into the place, and people are ready to pay that amount, and the place is really beautifully maintained. Plastic-free zone, all the usual parameters of sustainability are there. We have eco-friendly beaches. In fact, a wheelchair-friendly, water-friendly wheelchair which can take the wheelchair, is a differently able person into the sea. All the lodges, all the construction there are all made of these bamboo structures. There's a beach in the top. Previous. So the second one is in Manavalu. Mr. I think Prabhu, right? Mr. Prabhu was mentioning a very good point that we need to somehow come up with some mechanism to restrict the number of tourists who are entering the place. I know it's a very tough ask, it's not that easy to stop people from entering any popular tourist destination. But what we are doing in Tamil Nadu from the government side is we are trying to decongest these mass tourism places by developing at the same location the hidden gems. For example, Kodaikanal. Kodaikanal is a very popular tourist place. In fact, in the season, if you go there, you can't even go up. It is so jam-packed, it will take 2 to 3 hours to go up. So, this particular place, Manavanur, is very close to Kodaikanal and is more beautiful than Kodaikanal. So, we are identifying these kind of destinations and promoting these destinations so that they will decongest the main destination. That's one of the solutions which we think can help. So, Manavanur is a very beautiful site managed by the forest department there. We have combined agro and ecotourism here. There is a central Mool Research Institute which is working there. So, we employ the local people there. There is zipline activity happening, coracle ride, there is a beautiful lake, zipline across the lake, then horse riding and all kind of, and the restaurant there is managed by a local women self-help group. These are some of the activities which are happening. That's a restaurant. In fact, this particular building, residence which is being used there is made out of plastic bottles, stuffed plastic bottles which have been then plastered. Another case study is in Ramanathapuram, Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserves. It's one of the 14 islands, Kursadai Island. In fact, very tough to go there. Trust me, even for officials to get into these islands is so tough. For the regular tourists, it's not even possible. So, this particular solution is really helping. It's completely managed by the forest-led eco committee. The local fishermen operates the glass bottom boats there. They take the tourists there. They cook and serve food. And the restricted timings and everything is well managed by the local eco committee. And it is running really well. So, you can, next time when you are visiting there, apart from the temple, you can also make a visit to these islands. Very beautiful island, one of the best islands out there. In fact, the water is really crystal clear in some of the beaches on Rameshwaram. Next, some of the photos of the place. Next. These are another interesting case study. In fact, Srirangam Temple, one of the biggest temple complexes in the world. This particular temple complex has been awarded as the one of the top 2 green destinations in the country. The recently held award ceremony, we got it. So what is being done here? As our secretary sir was mentioning, all our temples are packed. In fact, people have to wait in queues for a long time to have a darshan. That's something which we can't stop, but a lot of best practices have been started in this particular temple to make it more green and more sustainable. So there is a biogas plant inside the temple. There are a lot of cows and that is efficiently used to run this biogas plant. Then there is a solar panel, completely it's run on solar energy. No litter, no plastic zone. Fully the temple, entire temple is such accessibility, safety and security and virtual bookings. So these are some of the initiatives taken and the entire temple complex is really neat and clean. I don't know how many have visited, but next time we can always give you feedback when you go there. So Western Ghats, I was mentioning, is one of the UNESCO heritage, national heritage site, and Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has announced that this particular destination will be transformed or will be converted into an eco-sensitive, has been declared as eco-tourism zone. So, in fact, our minister has just entered when I was speaking about this. Please welcome Honorable Minister belongs to UP. He is a native of this district. He will talk more about this district, but it is one of his initiatives that this district should be declared as an eco-sensitive eco-tourism transforming central government scheme. One of them is Nilgiris district and another one is Mahabalipuram. So I'll just briefly touch upon what we are doing on each policy interventions next. Experiential destination in Tamil Nadu, so improve tourism infrastructure, inclusive ecosystem. Then leveraging the people, the vibrant living culture, inclusive and sustainable tourism. So I was mentioning about our tourism policy. In fact, it has been under the pipeline for some time and almost in the final stage to be launched. A lot of importance has been given to sustainable and ecotourism in this particular policy. We have financial subsidies, incentives, green subsidy which is there, and we have in fact identified certain zones which can be developed and which can be promoted as a lesser known destinations, and more subsidies and more incentives will be given for tourism promotion in these identified zones. Then we have marketing support, we have single window clearances, a lot of units. So incentives proposed are for, we have divided into 3 categories, intermediate, micro and small and medium, and large categories. For the micro and small and medium, we have capital subsidy, additional capital subsidy, and interest subvention, payroll incentive, quality certification incentive. And we have, as I was mentioning, we have something called focused tourism destinations. These are the lesser known destinations in the state which have to be identified and developed into potential tourism destinations. So people who are willing to invest in these identified focused tourism destinations will be given more incentives. Can you go back? One second. One slide. Next. Not working. Previous slide. Load. Next. Okay. So okay, next. This has been one of the most important interventions in the last 2 years. You all know that Government of India already has a scheme for bed and breakfast and homestay establishment registration. But unfortunately, many state governments are not following it, and in fact, getting a certificate from the central government has been a very tough task. Many of you will really agree. Some people apply and there is a waiting list for more than a year or so. And there have been a lot of legal issues, a lot of court-related issues. So, Government of Tamil Nadu decided that we will regularize, we will come up with very clear guidelines and also ensure the safety and security aspect of the tourists who are visiting these places. So 4 set of guidelines have been launched. One is for homestay and bed and breakfast establishments. This also includes farm stays and also includes plantation stays. So in fact, if any of you are here and you have not yet applied, please do so to avoid any legal complications in future. Then for adventure activities, one other important aspect. Many are being running whatever they want without any proper certification or any proper authorization. So to streamline the entire thing, we have come up with guidelines for adventure tourism operators. Then we also have for caravan operators and caravan parks and camp stays. It's another important thing for camping operators. Also, we have a separate set of guidelines. The entire process is online. In fact, no official will come and deal with you directly. It's an online process. You just have to apply, inspection agency comes there, inspects, and you can download your certificate. So, the entire process is fully made online. So far, almost 370 applications have been processed and certificates have been given. Next. There have been quite a few people. I think you wanted to complete quickly something like some conspiracy from your side. Yeah, see, you skipped all this. Go back. Yeah, go back. Yeah. Next. Next. One slide, next. So, I'll just let it come. So, development of core infrastructure is something which we are focusing on. In fact, if you see the last 15 years or so, or last 10 years or so, we have infrastructure, but nothing much was done to upgrade or develop this infrastructure. So the last 2 years, the government has come up with a new scheme called the Tourism Destination Development Scheme. In this scheme, the focus is not on infrastructure, the focus is on developing the destination itself. So when you say destination, say for example Hogilakkal, the attraction is the waterfall itself. So how are we ensuring that the experience of coming and seeing that waterfall or experiencing the waterfall is improved? So the entire different touch points which the tourists will come, land there, then go to the waterfall, and do it there, the bathing area, the entire place has been completely relooked into, the master plan has been prepared, and now the works are going on to develop it. So similarly, Hogilakkal, Pichavaram, Poonpuhar, Uttam Tiruparampur, and many other destinations in the last 2 years, 15 such destinations have been shortlisted. Master plans are prepared, tenders have been called for, and the works are going on now. So developing core infrastructure is something which we are really working on. The second important thing which we are doing is identifying lesser known destinations. This is another important aspect because we have beautiful hill stations apart from Ooty and Kodaikanal. Very close to, in fact very close to Nilgiris, there is a beautiful hill station called Pollachi Valparai. We wanted to have this event there, but unfortunately because of lack of rooms there, we couldn't do it. So Valparai is such a beautiful destination, green destination, and it has tremendous potential to be developed. And similarly, Kolli Hills, Javadu Hills, Yerkad, Yelagiri, Manavur, which you have seen right now. So all these locations have been identified. We are either coming up with adventure activities there, or we are coming up with camping. We are developing a lot of camping sites. Now, in fact, all the camping sites work has started, and in the almost advanced stage of the work completion. So all this infrastructure development is going on in full swing. In fact, in Ooty itself, I think Minister will be speaking, or Minister will be speaking more on the constituency. But in fact, in Ooty itself, we have been doing a lot of activities. I think, okay. So these are some of the things, and apart from this, the cultural sustainability, this is just infrastructure and other things. We want to protect and conserve our culture by using the modern ways. A lot of laser projection 3D mapping shows are being done. If you go to Mahabalipuram site, you can't do much of it. Just you go into the site and understand about the site. But when that is coupled with the latest advanced 3D projection mapping show, you really enjoy and understand the beauty of the entire place. So all the temples in Tamil Nadu, in fact, it has been called to identify potential for all the temples to come up with this 3D projection mapping shows. And for Tiruvalur statue in Mahabalipuram, it's already in the advanced stage. We also focus a lot on our cultural festivals, which is, for example, Jallikattu is celebrated in a big way. In fact, the government has sanctioned 50 crores to set up a Jallikattu arena so that people can appreciate the real beauty of this particular sport. Then we also have Pongal and other beautiful festivals being celebrated. Two important events called Chennai Villa Handicraft Fair, National Handicraft Fair is being celebrated next month by Tourism Department. Chennai Sangamam, Chennai Tiruvilla, a celebration of folk arts has been recently concluded. So Tamil Nadu has always been the forefront to protect its cultural heritage and also to promote cultural sustainability in whatever projects we undertake. So I think she has decided that I should end this speech. So I will not take much time. So once again, I welcome you all to this beautiful state of ours and this beautiful destination. If you have time, please go around and enjoy the beauty of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for reminding us why Tamil Nadu has been quietly but consistently working towards a goal that for all of us here to share. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the awards and before I invite our chief guest today, may I request Shoyati Banerjee from Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative to give us a glimpse of the 7-year-long journey of Outlook's Indian Responsible Tourism Awards.
You are eagerly waiting to find out who has won this year, so I'll try and keep it really, really short. But I think you can allow me 3.5 minutes to tell you a little bit about our journey so far. We are very, very, very proud of the fact that we run what is perhaps India's first Responsible Tourism Awards. We try to do it right, and I know I've said this before and you'll probably not believe it because people say this all the time, right? This is not about winning and losing. We must remind ourselves that it's not an award where we want people to feel that they have lost, because everybody is a winner in this room. Everybody is a winner. Everybody who's applied has been a winner, and we celebrate their stories because their stories inspired us. They don't seek to impress us. And the reason why we've been doing this at Outlook for the last few years is purely because we want to spread the message of responsible tourism like seeds in the wind. That's really it. That's the reason why we run the awards, and we understand, as Engineer said this morning, that the only way that we can do it, and as a media organization, trust us, we know what we're talking about. People connect with people, so therefore we want to celebrate people, celebrate the work that they're doing to inspire others to do so. As some of you know, we've been saying this all along, this is the 7th season. It's not easy to do this 7 seasons in a row, especially during the COVID years, but we did it because we are genuinely invested in this community. You are now part of this community, and that's why all of us are in this room. I also discovered now, we don't do this math every day, but I also discovered this week that so far we've identified 460 people and longlisted them, 230 people and shortlisted. And about 109 winners have been identified with us. Now, these are numbers. Some of you might think these are big numbers, some of you might think that these are small numbers, but really what it tells us is that there are so many people doing absolutely fabulous work in our country, in every single state, in every single UT, they're doing fabulous work, and we haven't even touched, we haven't even begun the journey, honestly. So I think every year we try to reach out to people who are beyond our orbit so that this doesn't become only about our friends. We try to reach out to friends of friends and their friends so that we can include more people in the community and celebrate more people, support them in whatever way we can. I just want to show you a video. Sorry, just go back. Just a video of, to show a few of the winners from the past years.
Banerjee. Well, so as we inch closer and closer to the award ceremony, we can't wait to find out who the winners are for this year. But before that, let us introduce you to our esteemed chairs and jury for this year's awards. The competition was tough this year with a large pool of worthy applicants and outstanding examples of people changing the landscapes of Indian tourism. Our jury had to debate and deliberate and make some really difficult decisions to arrive at the ones we are celebrating today. Our jury this year was co-chaired by Mr. Rakesh Kumar Verma, Additional Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Government of India, and Mr. C.B. Ramkumar, Vice Chair, Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Our jury members for this year include Joanna Van Grusin, conservationist and owner partner, Sarai at Torai, Madhya Pradesh; Malika Verdi, founder director, Himalayan Arc, Munsiari, and former Sarpanch, Sarmoli Jayanti Van Panchayat; Raj Basu, founder, Help Tourism and advisor, rural tourism and homestays to multiple destinations; Vaibhav Kala, founder, Aquaterra Adventures India, and Vice President, ATOAI, and Sanjay Sondhi, founder, trustee, Titli Trustee, Dehradun. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request and welcome our chief guest, Mr. K. Ramachandran, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Ramachandran and his team have been attempting to actively integrate local and plant-friendly tourism policies across the state of Tamil Nadu. We hope he'll share with us how the tourism department plans to make responsible tourism its central axis. Let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the International Responsible Tourism Association, good evening to all. As the Tourism Minister of this state, it is my honor to usher to welcome you all to my beautiful hometown, the Nilgiri district. Born in the Nilgiri village of Kunur, I have been serving as MLA and Minister for Khadi and Village Industries from 2006 to 2011. Again, I was elected as MLA Kunur during 2011 to 11 and served for 5 years from 2011 to 2016. I was elected as MLA Kunur for third tenure during 2021 and served as Minister for Forest from May 2021 to November 2022. Now, from November 2022 onward, I have been serving as Minister for Tourism. The Nilgiri district is a place of breathtaking nature, beauty with green hills, thick forests and waterfalls. It is a paradise for nature lovers. It is rich, culture, heritage and warm hospitality makes it a destination that is a delight to our eyes and soul. The hill station, Kotagiri and Maigra are also a part of this district, which is famous for its finest tea plantations. The Gilgiri is home to various flora and fauna, and being a native from the town, I am more happy to witness how Mudumalai and its elephant had been celebrated at the 95th Oscar in Los Angeles. And a documentary movie, Elephant, Vice President, received an Oscar award and made everyone of us proud. I am also happy in share with you that our Honorable Chief Minister, through NPS Stalin, has announced the Nilgiris as a eco-sensitive district. On that note, various initiatives are being taken by the Department of Tourism to promote the lesser known destinations in a sustainable manner. Also, numerous steps are being taken to develop the wildlife and bird secularism of Tamil Nadu along with the Forest Department. I am happy to address this esteemed gathering of experts who share a common passion for responsible tourism as we strive to promote tourism in our state. We are also committed to doing it so in a responsible and sustainable manner that benefits our local communities and protects our environment for future generations today. I look forward to sharing our mission, achievement and future plans for responsible tourism in Tamil Nadu with you all. Sustainable tourism is a main aspect for the future of our planet. It is our responsibility for protect our environment, culture and communities and maximize the positive outcomes. Tamil Nadu is proud to be in the path of leading the way in this regard with a strong commitment to sustainable tourism practices. Our state has implemented various policies aiming at reducing the carbon footprint, protecting biodiversity and cultural heritage, promoting community involvement and empowerment, and enhancing the overall residents' experience. We have established and introduced schemes for registering various tourism operations to regulate their activities and promote safe tourism practices. These schemes are aimed to have a safe and sustainable approach towards the development of the tourism industry. Guidance were issued to the operators in the following categories: the adventure tourism, air, land and water based activities, caravan tourism and caravan parks, camping sites, farm stays, homestay and bed and breakfast establishment. To improve tourism Tamil Nadu, the department is working on the core aspect of tourism. This includes providing better facilities, improving infrastructure, ensuring a clean environment, in ban plastic usage and promoting the use of eco-friendly materials across the state. Feasibility studies for the development of sustainable destination like Golli Hills and Annavaram are being carried out. Also promoting rich forms of tourism by priorities, rural and plantation tourism, eco and wildlife tourism, and other segments like coastal tourism, adventure and recreational tourism, culture and heritage tourism are creating a positive impact in the development of the local communities and villages, offering them livelihood and skill development opportunities. The department has taken various steps towards environmental, sustainable, mass tourism destinations, promoting low impact form of tourism and developing greenfield destinations. A major achievement has been Blue Star certification that Kovalam Beach received in September 2020. The globally recognized certification of awarded by the Denmark-based Foundation for Environment Education. The eco-friendly beach, besides the cleanliness, offers a variety of facilities for visitors, including a safe.
Introduce you to our esteemed chairs and jury for this year's awards. The competition was tough this year with a large pool of worthy applicants and outstanding examples of people changing the landscapes of Indian tourism. Our jury had to debate and deliberate and make some really difficult decisions to arrive at the ones we are celebrating today. Our jury this year was co-chaired by Mr. Rakesh Kumar Verma, Additional Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Government of India, and Mr. C.B. Ramkumar, Vice Chair, Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Our jury members for this year include Joanna Van Grusen, conservationist and owner partner, Sarai at Torai, Madhya Pradesh. Malika Verdi, founder and director, Himalayan Arc, Munsiari, and former Sarpanch, Sarmoli Jayanti Van Panchayat. Raj Basu, founder, Help Tourism and advisor, rural tourism and homestays to multiple destinations. Vaibhav Kala, founder, Aquaterra Adventures India, and vice president, ATOAI, and Sanjay Sondhi, founder, trustee, Titli Trustee, Dehradun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request and welcome our chief guest, Mr. K. Ramachandran, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Ramachandran and his team have been attempting to actively integrate local and planet-friendly tourism policies across the state of Tamil Nadu We hope he'll share with us how the tourism department plans to make responsible tourism its central axis. Let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage.
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the International Responsible Tourism Association, good evening to all. As the Tourism Minister of this state, it is my honored pleasure to welcome you all to my beautiful hometown, the Nilgiris district. Born in the Ilithra village of Kunnur, I have been serving as MLA and Minister for Khadi and Village Industries from 2006 to 2011. Again, I was elected as MLA Kunnur during 2011 to 11 and served for 5 years from 2011 to 2016. I was elected as MLA Kunnur for third tenure during 2021 and served as Minister for Forest from May 2021 to November 2022. Now, from November 2022 onwards, I have been serving as Minister for Tourism. The Nilgiri district is a place of breathtaking nature, beauty with green hills, thick forests and waterfalls. It is a paradise for nature lovers. It is rich culture, heritage and warm hospitality makes it a destination that is a delight to our eyes and soul. The hill station, Kotagiri and Paikara are also a part of this district, which is famous for its finest tea plantations. The Nilgiri is home to various flora and fauna, and being a native from the town, I am more happy to witness out Mudumalai and its elephant herd being celebrated at the 95th Oscar in Los Angeles. And a documentary movie, Elephant, Vice Pres received an Oscar awards and made everyone of us proud. I am also happy in share with you that our Honorable Chief Minister through M.K. Stalin has announced the Nilgiris as a eco-sensitive district. On that note, various initiatives are being taken by the Department of the Tourism to promote the lesser known destinations in a sustainable manner. Also, numerous steps are being taken to develop the wildlife and bird secularis of Tamil Nadu along with the Forest Department. I am happy to address this esteemed gathering of experts who share a common passion for responsible tourism as we strive to promote tourism in our state. We are also committed to doing so in the responsible and sustainable manner that benefits our local communities and protects our environment for future generations today. I look forward to sharing our vision, achievements, and future plans for responsible tourism in Tamil Nadu with you all. Sustainable tourism is a main aspect for the future of our planet. It is our responsibility for protect our environment, culture, and communities, and maximize the positive outcomes. Tamil Nadu is proud to be in the path of leading the way in this regard, with a strong commitment to sustainable tourism practices. Our state has implemented various policies aiming at reducing the carbon footprint, protecting biodiversity and cultural heritage, promoting community involvement and empowerment, and enhancing the overall visitors' experience. We have established and introduced schemes for registering various tourism operations to regulate their activities and promote safe tourism practices. These schemes are aimed to have a safe and sustainable approach towards the development of the tourism industry. Guidelines were issued to the operators in the following categories: the adventure tourism, air, land and water based activities, caravan tourism and caravan parks, camping sites, farm stays, homestay and bed and breakfast establishment. To improve tourism in Tamil Nadu, the department is working on the core aspect of tourism. This includes providing better facilities, improving infrastructure, ensuring a clean environment, being banner plastic usage, and promoting the use of eco-friendly materials across the state. Feasibility studies for the development of sustainable destinations like Kolli Hills and Mannavanur are being carried out. Also promoting niche forms of tourism by priority priority rural and plantation tourism, eco and wildlife tourism, and other segments like coastal tourism, adventure and recreational tourism, cultural and heritage tourism are creating a positive impact in the development of the local communities and villages, offering them livelihood and skill development opportunities. The department has taken various steps towards environmental, sustainable deconstruction, mass tourism destinations, promoting low impact form of tourism, and developing greenfield destinations. A major achievement has been Blue Flag certification that Kovalam alias Kovalam Beach received in September 2021. The globally recognized certification of awarded by the Denmark-based Foundation for Environment Education. The eco-friendly beach, besides the cleanliness, offers a variety of facilities for visitors, including a safe bathing area with lifeguard, clean drinking water, and green cover. Also, Tamil Nadu's draft tourism policy envisages tourism development at destinations that facilitate economic, social, and environmental sustainable. One of the key objectives of the policy is to promote sustainable tourism that creates jobs and promotes local culture and products. Tamil Nadu was honored to receive the award of the Best Heritage Destination in India at this year's Public Asia Travel Writers Association PATWA International Travel Award 2023. The Ramar Beach of Kanyakumari district was awarded the Best Beach, the coastal destination by the India Today Tourism Survey and Award 2022. The Srirangam town of Tiruchirappalli district has been shortlisted under the Green Destination Top 100 Sustainable Stories Award 2022. At the future, the Tourism Summit held at Athens, Greece in September 2022. With various plans and schemes under the pipeline to develop sustainable tourism, the Tamil Nadu tourism development will be dedicated to putting great efforts in promoting responsible tourism and will make the state emerge the leading responsible tourism destination in India. Thank you. Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. Request you to kindly stay back. Are you excited? Now that the coffee has gone inside, let's warm up a little and let's see how excited everyone is. The IRTA Awards, everybody! For which I would like to invite on stage Mr. Indranil Roy, CEO, Outlook Group, and Mr. C.B. Kumar, our co-chair of the jury, also representing our knowledge partner GSTC as their vice chair, to come up on stage, please. So before we move on with our awards, we would like you to share a little your experience of the jury at the Indian Responsible Tourism Awards 2023.
Ellarukkum vanakkam. Good evening, everybody. I know I'm standing in between the awards and all of you, but there are a few things that we need to talk about before we get to the awards. I want to first thank Outlook for continuing this tradition of the Outlook Responsible Travel Award, and I'm honored to be part of it. I want to first thank also the jury members. We saw the list of jury members that was put up there. we have Malikaji and Vaibhav here to talk to all of us, a little later. I also want to thank the India Working Group of the GSTC, who worked very hard along with the Outlook team for the awards. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the jury process. What is it that the jury went through before these awards were eventually decided? Traditionally, the jury used to meet physically. In Delhi, we used to meet, but thanks to COVID, that got thrown out of the window because of various reasons of COVID. So we've been doing it online for the last couple of years. And this year, I had the honor of chairing the jury. And we had told ourselves that we would need about 3 hours for the jury process. And I told Shoiti, I think we can wind up in an hour or 2 hours. I don't think we'll need 3 hours. And when we started the discussion, it took us close to 6 hours. The jury took 6 hours to arrive at the final list of awardees. That's just to tell you the kind of discussions that we had within the jury. It was not easy. It was tough discussions, but it was deep discussions. And which is one reason, because the whole thing got dragged on for so long, I'm truly thankful to the jury for having been so patient in eventually selecting the awards that we're going to be giving out. This year is also particularly special because the Global Sustainable Tourism Council is involved. We set standards globally. And the objective of Outlook Responsible Travel Awards was to raise the standard of the awards also. So all the criteria of the awards was tailored and structured according to the criteria of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council's standards. So it made it very different. And it's the first year we are trying this. And I'm sure as we go along, we'll be able to fine-tune the process. Now, today all of you are going to be awarded. And it's a big deal. Today is the day you're going to celebrate recognition from the industry for the amazing work that you've done. Today is the day you can go home satisfied that your peers have recognized your excellence. You're meant to bask in it for some time. You're meant to celebrate it for some time. I say for some time because there's so much more to do after you win this award. Winning the award is just the first step as far as I'm concerned. Winning an award also comes with it a massive responsibility. I don't think anybody told you about this, and we certainly didn't tell you about this when you entered the awards. Because once you win the awards, you celebrate it, bask in it, your responsibility starts after that. And what is your responsibility? That's something that all of you need to think about. What is it you're going to do now that you won the awards? That's a question I'm going to leave with you. Now, I'm going to make a few suggestions as to what you all could do. One of them, much like what Shoiti said earlier, you're meant to inspire others. Winning this award has not been easy. Trust me, like I told you, the jury process was quite difficult. Now you need to do your part. You need to inspire others. Go and talk about it. Flaunt your feathers. But while you do it, talk to people as to what it is that you went through in your particular category to win the award. Because you've got to be proud of it, obviously. The second thing you need to do, which is more important, is to now raise your own standard. You've done whatever you've done with your business, and you're getting an award today. Now you need to raise your own standards to the next level. It's very tempting once you won awards to just stay with the celebration and with the flaunting of it. It's very tempting, trust me. But I would urge you from now on, once you won the awards, to now go to the next level. There are standards available at the GSTC website. They're all free of charge. That is what the awards criteria was put against, and you all are familiar with it. Use that as a checklist for yourself to raise your own standards to the next level, and then to the next level, and then to the next level. That is the reason these awards are being given out, besides recognizing what you need to do. While I'm here, I should also tell you all that you're amongst an elite group. Everybody in this room. I travel a lot around the world, attending our global conferences and doing training programs. And I want to give you a brief as to what's happening around the world, for us to also be proud then of what's happening in India. The various countries around the world who are getting into the sustainable tourism movement, and in India also we're beginning to do that quite well. The Madhya Pradesh Ecotourism Department, the Meghalaya Tourism Department, we've signed MOUs. The Gujarat Tourism has already written it into their policy to follow sustainable tourism standards as described by the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. But I now hope that next time I go abroad somewhere, I'll be able to take examples from India, because we have very few examples that we can be able to talk about from India. But I'm sure that with these awards, and with more such people winning awards, we'll have enough case studies from India also. With that, my congratulations in advance for the award winners, and all the best to everybody else. Thank you.
Let me introduce you to the IRTA trophy this year. Well, it has been handcrafted Kambat copper platter created in collaboration with the All India Artisans and Craft Workers Welfare Association. And as you can see on the trophy, we have a Terracotta mask that has been painted by the artists. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the awards, I would like to invite Malika ji to join us on stage as well. And the first category, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? So the awards, we have a lot of awards. And as everyone walks up, we need a lot of energy from you. We need to clap, shout, whistle for every single person who comes up here on stage. Right? So let's do a dry run. 1, 2, 3, go! So keep that energy going for every single person who comes up. Let's start with our first category of awards this evening for Sustainable Leadership Homestays. I draw your attention to the screen, ladies and gentlemen, for the category description and the shortlisted applications. In this category, the jury has nominated 2 homestays as ones to watch. And they are Raptors Inn Guest House, Talchapar. Located in Miss Rajasthan's Wilderness, Raptors Inn is a family-run stay, family-run stay that acts as a perfect pit stop for birders and bird enthusiasts. The owners are actively involved in wildlife conservation and awareness efforts and work closely with the local forest and tourist departments. May I please call on stage Banwari Lal Gurjar to come up on stage and to accept the award. And in Ones to Watch, the next award goes to Isauti Paudi Garwal. Well, a true community project with end-to-end ownership lying with the villagers, Isauti village has cemented its position on the map as a community tourism destination, allowing its guests to experience an authentic and unadulterated village community life. The house has also preserved the hallmark Koti Banal architecture of the region. Put your hands together for Hemchandra Iswal and Arjun Iswal. Moving on to the Silver Awards. And in this category, we have 2 winners. The first winner is Jacob and Closter Farms, Chennai. We have an AV for you.
I'm Shami Jacob, and this is my wife, Charlotte von Closter. And together we've created Jacob and Closter Lifestyle Farm in the south of Chennai. It's a lifestyle farm, and we've done this for our kids. We believe it's the best investment we can do for the next generation on how to live one with nature.
And over the last couple of years, it has been a place to inspire people, because many people from Chennai come, people from other parts of India, people from actually all over the world come now to visit our farm. And I think it's one of the most important things for people to be out in nature and to learn from nature. So we really like to keep the traditional knowledge alive and also contribute to biocultural conservation in this area.
We don't look at this farm as a business. For us, it's very clearly a lifestyle. And we truly believe that's the future of living.
Dr. Charlotte Van Closter and Shami Jacob, please join us on stage. Well, built entirely on rewilded land, Jacob and Closter Farms, an attempt to live life as one with the nature and to give back to the local community, whether it be through rejuvenating a 100-acre lake close by or raising awareness among schools in the neighborhood. And the next silver award goes to the Retreat Bhimtal.
At the Retreat Bhimtal, we keep up our family tradition of living within our jungle environment rather than stamping our presence on it. There are no fences or rows of lights outside. The undergrowth and trees come right up close, and wild animals and birds freely come up to the house. We fight forest fires, maintain, plant, and protect the forest around us, participate in advocacy by groups protecting the environment here. We engage with the villagers on the former tea estate, both personally and in the community. This includes guided walks and visits to family homes, where the payments go directly to the people. This old 160-year-old bungalow is maintained in its original condition, comfortable but consciously not improved, modernized or luxurious, which come at a price to the environment. A stay at the retreat is a living example of how to successfully live a simpler, gracious life of less consumption while having a great time.
Let's put our hands together and welcome on stage Ms. Padmini. Well, the Retreat Bhimtal, a former tea estate, one of first in India, the Retreat in Bhimtal is a charming example of celebrating the home in the word homestay. Guests are welcome to step back in time at the heritage estate and encouraged to go on nature trails nearby.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the Gold Award in the Sustainable Leadership Homestays category. And any guesses? Well, it goes to H2O House, Chamba.
नमस्कार। H2 हाउस हमारी पुश्तैनी ज़मीन और 13वीं शताब्दी पुराने घाट पर बना है। हमारा सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज था कि कैसे हम इस हेरिटेज को बचा कर रखें। हमने अपने पुराने घर को लोकल मटेरियल के साथ रेनोवेट किया और इसको होम स्टे में कन्वर्ट किया। हमने कुछ नया करने की बजाय ट्रेडिशनल प्रैक्टिसेस और कल्चर को रिवाइव करने की कोशिश की। 4-5 सालों में ही दूर दूर से लोग यहाँ आने लगे। हमने अपनी हर गतिविधि में कम्युनिटी को शामिल किया और कम्युनिटी वुमेन किचन, प्राकृतिक खेती और लोकल कला केंद्र जैसी कम्युनिटी बेस्ड एक्टिविटीज़ शुरू की। जो कहानी एक छोटे से घर से शुरू हुई थी, आज कई होम स्टेज के साथ एक मॉडल विलेज के रूप में अपनी पहचान बना रही है। तो आप सबका इस वाटर मिल पर बने, घराट पर बने इस पारंपरिक, अद्भुत और पुराने घर में स्वागत है। थैंक यू।
Let's welcome Renu Sharma and Manoj Sharma up on stage. H2O House Chamba, built on a traditional gharat or a watermill. The H2O House is a 150 plus year old building, the celebration of Himachal's rich heritage. Nestled in a remote village in Chamba, the H2O House is also taking their local community along on their journey of responsible tourism. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next category of awards: Sustainable Leadership, B&Bs and Guest House. I draw your attention to the screen, ladies and gentlemen, for the category description and the shortlisted applications. In this category, the jury has nominated 2 B&Bs and Guest House as ones to watch, and they are Kisan Eco Farm, Thane. Based on agri-tourism, Kisan Eco Farm is sustainable on almost all fronts. It is powered by solar energy. They have bio-toilets and they actively practice composting on property. Request Sarita and Sanjay to kindly join us on stage. Our next winner from One to Watch is Winchai Mulchi. Well, I could just see her surprised face there. Located in the foothills of the Shayadri mountain range, Windchime is actively working towards increasing the green cover in the region, and the owners have so far planted 1,000+ trees themselves. And they have also started a seed bank as a way to encourage guests to take the seeds and plant them. Well, Sampada and Narendra, everybody, let's put our hands together. Moving on to the Silver Award, and we have 2 Silver Awards in this category. And the first one is Putali Kasargod.
Pootali Homestay, which is located in Nileshwar, North Kerala, which is really an unexplored heaven. In all means, actually, Pootali, which is a property which is by the villagers. So once the construction is done, we found that a lot of grandmothers are there around, got associated with them, and you can make a wonderful sadhya, you can serve it for our guests. Later on, we thought that we just need to do some support for the local looms, which were typically, were not functioning for many years. Now that rhythm is continuing and people have been making the looms are functional. Even the local artisans also, they were, especially these Theyyam, which is a folklore art, which is, people were really not having any work during COVID. So for helping them, we have started at least these face paintings and all. Why can't we do it on these mud pots? So as a memento, we have been distributing these mud pots.
Mr. Manoj Kumar. Well, Pootali allows you to experience village life at its finest in the picturesque Nileshwar. The local community is involved and supported in several ways, be it through inviting the local grandmothers to cook sadhya or engaging the local artisans. And the next silver award goes to Survahi Social Eco Estate, Kanha.
Hi everyone, Survahi Social Eco Estate Kanha, or SSEK in short, has been our sustainability experimentation place from last 8 years. It's situated on the periphery of Kanha Tiger Reserve. It's standing on the principles of community, cooperation, construction, which is ecological, conservation, bringing in the aspects of wellness, rural tourism, agri-tourism, wildlife, and through nature. We have been working on the project from dimensions of afforestation, conserving what we have locally, feeling proud of everything which is local, ensuring that our hospitality not even just positively impacts the locals, but also creates an awareness quotient in our customers that how and why we should be sustainable.
Mr. Ankit Rastogi. Well, the Survahi Social Eco Estate is built on 10 acres of rewilded forest land near Kanha National Park. Well, this is also built on the ethos of being eco-sensitive. They are constantly experimenting to make the property more sustainable. And now it's time for the gold, ladies and gentlemen, the gold award in the sustainable leadership, B&Bs and guest houses. It goes to Ullar Homestay, Lansdowne. Ullar Homestay, Lansdowne, Mr. Vicky Rawat.
I ensured our homestay perfectly complemented its landscape, utilizing locally sourced and recycled materials along with traditional skills and techniques. Ullar has been created with total respect to its environment and community. Over the years, my vision with Ullar and sincere efforts to develop the region has inspired visiting guests and the local community's life. Initiative taken for sustainable architecture. Eco-friendly building materials like locally quarried stone and AAC blocks, high-performance insulated windows, star-rated energy-efficient appliances, energy-saving LED fittings, and outdoor solar sensor lights, weather stripping of doors to prevent leakages, improving efficiency, rainwater harvesting channels, and collection and usage of wastewater from RO installed in the kitchen.
Ullar Homestay, Lansdowne, recognized by the local government. It has built sensitively by an architect who came back to his homeland and now supports the local community in multiple ways. Ullar ensures its guests have a fully immersive experience of rural Uttarakhand. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on to the next category of awards, Sustainable Leadership Hotels. Let's have the category description and the shortlists. In this category, the jury has nominated 2 hotels as ones to watch, and they are Ashraya on the Ganga, Rishikesh. Built on a 100% organic farm, guests have to trek for 45 minutes to reach Ashraya on the Ganga, focused on sustainability, recycling and generating local employment are priorities for them. Let's put our hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Dipender Chaudhary. Everybody, put your hands together. The one to watch, the next winner is the Lodge at Waha, Palampur. Upsana Tori Prakash, home to a family that owns a tea estate in Palampur. The Lodge at Waha is built in the local Gadi architecture style. The 500-acre farm, this 6-room hotel is planted in follows Prima culture and is slowly working towards a fully organic certification. Moving on to the Silver Awards. And the winner is Badi Koti Azimganj.
Not a run-of-the-mill restoration project. And earlier I was slightly skeptical to use this word, but now I'm very proud to use this line, that this is possibly one of the most unique projects in the whole of India, not Bengal, in the whole of India, because herein the mandate was not to restore a building, you had to restore all the other intangibles attached. You had to restore the culture of the Sherwalis, you had to restore the community, you had to restore the pride of the family, and hold on to all of these things.
Well, Lipika and Darshan will not be able to make it this time due to personal reasons. Well, we'll make sure their trophy reaches them. Yeah? All right, so moving on. Thank you, Malika ji. Thank you so much for joining us. And I request Vaibhav to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Vaibhav Kala, founder, Aquaterra Adventures. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Sustainable Leadership Travel Enterprises. In this category, the IRTA jury has recognized 2 enterprises as ones to watch. And they are Baswant Honey Bee Park as ones to watch. Vaishali Sanjay Pawar and Sanjay Bhaskar Pawar, which is India's first Api Tourism Center. Mr. Baswant Honey Bee Park is actively involved in the conservation of bees and is continually training the local community in doing so. They encourage the local school children to participate in awareness programs at the park. The next, as ones to watch, is Odyssey Mania. Prantika Sarma and Prasurja Talutkar. A travel tech startup, Odyssey Mania, uses cutting-edge technology like offline GPS to aid travelers to travel to the remotest parts of Northeast India. They have partnered with state governments from the region and are working to train and create market linkage for 600 plus guides in this region. Moving on to the Silver Award, and we have 2 Silver Awards in this category. The Silver Award goes to Darjeeling Walks.
Hi, my name is Anirban. I am the founder explorer of Darjeeling Walks. We are a community travel organization based in Darjeeling. Darjeeling was carrying on its mainstream tourism activities since various decades. We wanted to introduce a completely new set of itineraries focusing on the community building activities, like including the folk music of Nepal to our itinerary like Boithak in the Hills. We have introduced heritage walks like Summer Capital Walk and Culture Shock, focusing on again the rituals and different aspects of their life of different ethnicities, and focusing on endangered rituals of the Tibetan Buddhism, which is historically a significant community, to minimize the mainstream tourism activity as much as possible, and being responsible and looking for more and more opportunities to create our bond with the local life here.
Anirban Datta, everybody. Put your hands together. The primary focus of Darjeeling Walks is community development and social engagement through tourism without hampering nature. The bootstrapped company leads slow-paced and research-led walking tours in and around Darjeeling. The next award in the silver category, it goes to Make It Happen.
Hi, I'm Maria Victor, the founder of Make It Happen. We are an experiential travel company that specializes in designing community-led local experiences. Our vision is to create a platform to showcase local talent, from local artists, musicians, traditional occupations, and passionate storytellers. We bring local communities to the forefront of tourism through the art of storytelling. We have curated over 30 unique experiences through which we have positively impacted communities in 10 locations in Goa, 3 locations in Diu, and 4 villages in the Nilgiris. In the last 5 years, we have connected over 20,000 travelers to local communities, making their travels more meaningful. Our goal is to create a platform with 1,000 storytellers in the country. We consciously take efforts to reduce carbon footprint through our walking tours, our collaborative Naka Naka plastic campaign, and highlighting various sustainable tourism initiatives on our social media and digital platforms.
Congratulations, Maria Victor and Murali Sankaran. Congratulations. Moving on to the gold category, ladies and gentlemen, and the award goes to... The award for the gold category goes to Unexplored Bastar.
Jai Johar. Unlike the notion that Bastar is popularly known for, we at Unexplored Bastar believed in entirely different perspective of its identity. Thus, with the ideology of sustainable tourism, we aim to change the perception of Bastar, uplift the tribal community in the region, and make an impact by becoming the bridge between administration, local and tourist. We figured how fusing trust amongst every stakeholder can help Bastar thrive to its utmost potential. With our interventions, we have contributed to the rural economy by developing local communities, generating livelihood, and linking them with the opportunities in tourism sector. Keeping community as the main pillar, we fabricated awareness on the significance of nature and culture preservation in the process.
Jeet Singh Arya. Well, Unexplored Bastar, built on the ethos of social entrepreneurship, Unexplored Bastar operates in a region that faces several environmental as well as social challenges and where tourists are very few and far between. They are working with the local administration and the local communities to put Bastar on the responsible tourism map. Moving on to the next category of sustainable champions, grassroots heroes. And in this category, description and the shortlists are on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. So in this category, the jury has recognized one individual for the Jurors Award. The Jurors Award goes to Anurag Karekar, a naturalist and a conservationist by profession. Anurag Karekar is the co-founder of Naturalist Foundation, a Mumbai-based non-profit that leads workshops and nature trails. He is currently working towards setting up the Habitat Institute Activity Center in Havelock Island to promote responsibly immersive wildlife experiences. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the jury has recognized two individuals for silver awards. The first silver award goes to Mani Mahesh Arora.
My work is rooted in three aspects of balancing. First and foremost, balancing inner and outer change. From my experience of 19 years in making the change, starting as a child activist, as well as from the experience of others, I know that there is no radically honest and long-lasting change possible without being the change in oneself. Second, I support communities become materially and financially robust while bringing about a positive social and ecological change. Last but not the least, I support communities share their on the verge of extinction unique cultures, values, and indigenous skills by welcoming outsiders as tourists while practicing the responsible tourism guidelines with a lot of strictness and fun.
The founder of Impact Investors, Mani Mahesh Arora, works towards creating socio-ecological impact through sustainable development. He has worked extensively with the local Gadi community in Uttarakhand in the past and the Santal community in West Bengal. The second winner in the silver category, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is getting better and bigger. Well, the winner is Dharmen Momin.
Angli bimko Dharmen ji Momin nunga. Angade yasa sakre sungni nunga. Nukrek jarek ni. Singade wa komandan learning numde wa banda sako jakal sukai bandirang. Mana uno nuk kesa prak na wan tunanga kaman dan yang di dongde dongcha deba mandirang ada jinsalo turis sang leba nok nangau chana stanim na outside panda salo chatoknya nu kaman dan yang da kaijo deba wadi dan yang dongcha chan rona sachan ya mandirang ada wa nature baksa chana skani gema unun panda salo chatoknya.
Well, he's the founder of Dopachi Homestay in Garu Hills, Meghalaya, has been conserving local bird-friendly architecture. An avid storyteller, he actively promotes local music and rare instruments, local food cultures, and he has been instrumental in encouraging others around him to join him on the path of responsible tourism. Moving on to the gold in this category, which goes to Muzammil Hussain.
My name is Muzammil Hussain and I'm the co-founder of a travel company called Roots Ladakh based in Kargil. Our vision is to change the preconceived notion of Kargil as a war zone and bring it on the world map as a responsible travel destination. Through our work, we want to inspire future generations and the businesses of Ladakh to be conscious about creating a shared value for self as well as the community it thrives in.
Well, we heard him in the morning as well. You all know him, the founder of Roots Ladakh has worked tirelessly to change the narrative of Kargil as a war zone. He has undertaken several heritage conservation efforts, including the setting up of several community-led projects like a museum in Handurman, Himalayan Brown Bear Conservation Trust, and the Suru Outdoor Festival, the Jumping Ibex, a local apricot-produced brand. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the Sustainability Champions Pathfinders category. Let's draw your attention to the screen for the category description and the shortlist. In this category, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 silver winners, and the first silver award goes to Amitava Bhattacharya.
Hi, I'm Amitava Bhattacharya, BanglaNatak.com. We specialize in culture and development. Our methodology is called Art for Life. Building capacity, linking the artist directly to the market, and doing a lot of exchange collaboration are the 3 pillars of it. We also plant village villas so that the villages become attractive to the visitors. They are aware of it. As a result, Pingla, Patachitra village, Gordhanga, Fakiri village, whole district of Purulia, which used to have a political identity, now enjoys a cultural identity based on Chow dance. Really worked. Many places across Bengal. Similarly, Rajasthan, many of the villages have excellent artists, not known, now slowly started getting visitors. So that's the model which is working, and it's community-led, and it's responsible, ethical, ICH-based tourism.
With over 2 decades of experience as a social entrepreneur focused on the intangible culture heritage of our country, founder and director of Bangla Natak, Amitava Bhattacharya has worked extensively in Rajasthan, Goa, West Bengal and the Northeast. He has helped in transforming fringe culture activities to mainstream resources of income for several communities across the country. Well, keep those claps going for our next Pathfinder in the silver category. It goes to Lokesh Ori.
Hello, my name is Lokesh Ori and I run a group called Been There Doing That, or BTDT. BTDT is trying to ensure that the dividends of this new experiential travel boom in the Himalayas go directly to the communities. We help communities curate experiences, we help them to run homestays and to run walking trails. So by bringing the community and the traveler together, we are putting some money in people's pockets. On the other hand, we are advocating to the visitors to the mountains that they should not bring their fast-paced lifestyle to the mountains, and they should experience nature at nature's pace.
Anthropologist Lokesh Ori, the founder of Bin There Done That, has worked in the Himalayas for over a decade and authorized several books documenting the region. He has introduced several sustainable tourism practices in the ecologically fragile region and has worked with the community and inspired the youth to join him on his journey of promoting experiential and slow tourism. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the gold. Any guesses? The gold goes to Indiglo. Indiglo has led to the setting up of Arunachal's first ever low-impact tourism program targeted towards bird watchers and wildlife enthusiasts. Well, he is a passionate supporter of wildlife and habitat conservation and has sustainably transformed the local economy by generating significant rural employment and inspiring others to follow his path. Future Forward Destinations. While the applicants for this category were sustainable to a great degree, the jury felt that none of the destinations could be given an award at this stage in their journey towards a 360-degree sustainability and responsibility. It was a collective decision by the members of the jury. I now invite Malika ji back on stage. And this is the award that we all been waiting for the overall winner. Request Vaibhav sir to kindly stay up on stage as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the overall winner, the most important award of this evening, the overall winner. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to clap, shout and whistle. At the count of 1, 2, 3, and let's bring on stage Indiglo! Give them a standing ovation, everybody. Keep those claps going. Congratulations and thank you gentlemen, thank you sir, you can take your seat. Thank you ma'am, you can take your seat. And let's congratulate all our winners for this evening everybody. Come on, let's put our hands together for every single winner who came up here, absolutely deserving. Request our winners to kindly stay back for a group photo. But for now, all good things must come to an end. And with that, I would like to call on stage Nabiha Tasneem, Project Manager, Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative, for the vote of thanks.
I was this afternoon, but I think before that, the past few hours has been reinstative of what we do and why we do. Seeing tears in some of our winners' eyes, seeing how we celebrate people from across the country, feeling like all of these wins are our personal wins and we are part of their journey has been an absolute honor for all of us here at Outlook today. We started today with talking about the representation we have in this room. Over the past few months and weeks, as we went through the applications and connected with these responsible tourism champions, what stood out for every single one of them is not the hard work that they have put in, but how cognizant they are of the journey ahead of them and how in sync they are of what needs to be done to be more responsible every single day. It didn't matter whether they were running a boutique property or were a grassroots hero with nothing to their name. It didn't matter whether they were coming from Kargil, Chamba, Kasargod, Bastar, Arunachal, or even Havelock Island. Everyone here today is an equal stakeholder for responsible tourism. And this very belief fuels 100% of our journey of all that we do as part of the Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative. We thank you for being here with us today. I would like to take this moment to thank our host state, Tamil Nadu, the Ministry of Tourism, Tamil Nadu, Mr. K. Ramachandran, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Tamil Nadu, Mr. B. Chandramohan, Principal Secretary, Tamil Nadu Tourism, Mr. Sandeep Nanduri, MD, Tamil Nadu Tourism Corporation, all our sponsors and partners, all our speakers and jury who came in from across the country, all our winners. The future of responsible tourism is truly yours. Last but not the least, my entire team who's been standing here working day in, day out, the entire Outlook team. The entire Outlook team for putting together this day and space, for getting all of us to come together today. Thank you so much. I hope our paths cross again very soon.
Request all the winners to kindly join us on stage for a group photo. I request, sir, you join Pandringla. Or a group photo. Oh! The winners, ladies and gentlemen, Indian Responsible Tourism Summit and Awards 2023. We have all the winners up here in front of us. Congratulations to you.